Peace to the family, peace to the family. I am looking at my phone. Some of the chats are seemingly not coming up, so I don't want to keep you too long waiting. I want to say, Leas, thanks for coming up. What you got to say? Uh, yeah, let me see if I can see your chat so I can put it up. Yeah, I don't see it. It's not popping up, but that's okay. And maybe that was earlier. Um, Lovely, thanks for showing up, my sister. Wild Dog Trader. Nobody really gets views until they mention FBA good or bad criticism. Okay. And my brother Born Dog. Born Dog, where you been at, man? Man, where you been? I ain't seen you in about 3, 4 shows I did. So I guess you busy. Peace to you. All right. So let me start this. All right. Let me start this so that they can get on their uh, Twitter, YouTube, messaging, and whatever else they do. Because I'm going to put these people on blast. And I'm going to give you some talking points because I'm really going to kill them in part one. This is part one. And in part two, I'm really going to kill them. This is just a warm up. Peace and blessings to you, Brother La. Um, yeah, peace to you and your family. That's important. Shout out to Dana. So let me just start this with my dialogue, right? And I need your energy. I need your chat because I'm doing this for you. I'm really doing this for you to give you some talking points to push back on these people, right? So the other night I was on a show of one of the FBA influencers. He not only does that, but FBA does get views, and he's an FBA. So him and one of his peoples came on and to try to run down on me, and I'm going to show you how they think. Right? This is part one of a two-part series completely destroying FBA Bull S. Yes, they have called me a FBA hater. They've called me a sellout and a bunch of other unproductive names. I got that. Keep calling me names. However, that is not going to do anything to what I'm going to do to you, right? For everybody, first, on the slave ship, we were enslaved. It didn't matter where we came from. We found out on the slave ship the different parts of Africa that we came from on that slave ship, on that more than 90-day journey. Second, our enslavement in America, the slaver called us nigger, they called us black, pagan, and other words connected to our skin color. They called us black. Now, there was a period of time when we embraced being black because they were white. They were evil. They were our oppressors. They were our enemy. And so we grouped up and we embraced black and we practiced self-determination. We realized that our blackness was our unity. Somebody say I'm wrong about that. If press 1 if I'm right about that, press 2 if I'm wrong about that. We realized that our blackness, because they will call themselves white, was our unity. At this time, we were all immigrants. All immigrants. Press 1 if I'm right that we were all involuntary immigrants transported to this country. Press 2 if I'm wrong. Now, unless you believe we are the people that were already here, right? And that the people who deserve reparations are part of a group of people who were already here that was black, right? You got to know that that's problematic, right? And it can't be proven that we grouped up with people already in this country that identified themselves as black. The people who were enslaved came from Africa. Native Americans, they were in fact enslaved for a while, but they found out that they were not good slaves, and it was more productive to get Africans from the continent. So if you think that you're one of them native people who are dark and they called you black, that's not relevant to what really happened. They didn't enslave large populations of black Native Americans. They enslaved large populations of Africans, who they called nigger, black, then colored, right? And then even later Negro. But we found out as we grouped up that blackness was our unity. Now, this FBA group and their rhetoric that doesn't make any sense, right, wants to separate our unity. They want to separate blackness. So in their world, not all groups of people in America are black. There are foundational black Americans that they made up this word, and then there are immigrants or migrants, particularly Africans and Caribbeans. Now, there's maybe 35 to 40 million black Americans living in the United States, right? Have you ever asked those non-thinking, non-critical researchers how many Africans and how many Caribbeans are in African Caribbeans, black Caribbeans are in this country, enough for them, right, to separate ourselves based on reparations? See, they won't tell you that, right? Because they know that most of us just too busy. We ain't going to research. We're going to get into what their populations are, right? But tonight, I'm really going to talk about this fake lineage BS. Now, why are they doing this? Because of reparations? So they're willing to separate black people based on an uncertain reparations? They're going to march down on Africans, some who are citizens, but they don't care. African immigrants, they're going to march down. They're going to march down on Caribbean Africans without telling you how many of those people are here. And they're going to do it for something called reparations that is not even promised, that they themselves don't do any work on reparations. I want one of you FBA cult people to send me a written testimony to us, to the federal government, to a state, city, or county commission on reparations, making your case. Brothers and sisters, they don't have any. They don't have anything. What they will have is a couple of paragraphs about reparations need to be given. It needs to be lineage-based. Well, that's the reason why we're doing this show. So we can bust down this BS about reparations and lineage-based. One is because I know these simpletons, they don't know law. They don't know about equal protection. They don't know about the conservative groups that run down on anybody based on race. They don't understand the Constitution. And they certainly are not smart enough to get around the Constitution. So they're doing all of this. That's scamming. for reparations that's not promised, that they don't do any work on, that they're not part of the commissions, that they don't have anything written on. What they're doing is standing behind the people that do the work, right? And then what they do is they lob tomatoes at them and the people who those committees are trying to get reparations from. Now, I've been doing reparations work since 2001. Earlier than that, but 2001, I testified at the New York City hearing on reparations, the town hall, one of the first reparations local town halls I testified, right? I ain't seen none of them. Some of them wasn't even born yet. Some of them was in their diapers. Some of them was in junior high school. Barely any of them was in high school. I'm 60 years old. I didn't see them. I testified with African Americans or Black Americans in group formations talking about reparations locally. That's when I testified. I ain't see none of them. Wait, we could go back in time, y'all. Yo, we could go back in time and we could see what they were doing in 2001 when reparations was coming up locally in places like New York, right? And then being thought about, right, in California and some of the other places. We could go back and see them, right? Were they in the streets, right? Were they in carriages? Were they getting their diapers changed? See, they have disconnected from the people who have done the work. Now, some of this is getting away a little bit from my point. What's my point, family? Yo, FBAs, yo, take the Black out your name. Because Blackness means unity. We don't separate that. It's a name that we embrace for unity, not for disunity. So you might as well be foundational snitches, because that's what you're doing. You snitching to the oppressor to oppress people that you are calling immigrants, you snitches, you dry snitches, right? Not thinking that those same agencies ain't gonna run down on our people to test us, and when we resist to criminalize us, right? Like, you are so low in your thinking. And let me tell you something, part two, I'm gonna really tell you about yourselves. Because see, you use this rhetoric, right? But guess what you don't really do? You use this rhetoric of immigrations, right? But yo, there's 65 million Latinos on this block, yo. There's 35 to 40 of us on this block, yo, right? Yo, you keep talking loud, and they're going to say, wait, hold on. You talking about us too? You telling ICE to run down on us? Telling ICE to run down on our people, right? Wait. There's going to be collateral damage in our communities, in the prisons, in the streets, right? That you all started because you started dry snitching on us. You dry snitching. I'm going to let everybody know the FBAs are dry snitchers, right? Because they run their mouths, but they really want in the signal boosting that they say, they call it signal boosting. That's how they think it's going to gather strength. You don't think the authorities or the oppressors listening, right? They're going to say, you know what? These are some bozos. They willing to disunify and cause friction in their neighborhood. That's what's popping. Let it happen. You don't think the 65 million Latinos You think they all play fair? Nah, they don't play fair, because keep talking and Big Hefty, that's part two. Big Hefty is going to be like, nah, I don't like that. And you know what's going to happen? We're going to talk about that on part two. It's going to be a rough community conversation. They're going to be Black Americans, or what you're trying to call is FBA, but they really street dudes. They're going to say, yo, I went to Hefe to buy my brick, a couple of bricks at my price. Hefe said he don't like what's happening, what my people doing. He's saying, what my people doing? What my people doing? Yo, your people talking about, yo, they dry snitching, man. They telling ICE to run down on us. Right? Run down on us. I don't like that. Your price of brick. Matter of fact, we ain't going to give you the bricks. So no bricks for the underground, because who controls the bricks? Big Hefty. Now, I'm not promoting the drug trade. We can easily get the drug trade out of our community by not sniffing, shooting, pill popping. We could do that ourselves, and the drug trade to go overnight, right? But who Big Hefty sells to, and the people who use it, once the word comes that you're making too much noise and you're really not going against the oppressor, but you snitching on groups to the oppressor to run down on 65 million Latinos and causing traffic stops, right? Looking for African, Haitian immigrants, slowing down the cities, giving them permission to harass. My little critique here is going to be harmless, because you know how they do. See, Big Hefty just make you disappear. You and your whole families. It's part two. We're going to deal with part one. We're going to be a little bit more civil. That's how Big Hefty do it. You know Sicario? You know Sicario? You know them cats? All them cats? They make your whole generation disappear. All in one room. But their helpers, oh, that's the foundational Black Americans in the underground, them dudes. Yeah, they make it bloody because they want to impress Hefty, right? And then what are you doing into the prisons? All this is part two. I'm just giving you a preview. What's gonna happen in the prisons? Yo, in the West, particularly the Southwest. Oh boy, don't you know you bring in problems to our people across the line, under the line? Yo, in the streets. Yo, there's street gangs, you know, there's Black American, or if you want to call them FBA street gangs, they there. But they ain't got nothing on the Dominican street gangs, the Mexican street gangs, right? The Venezuelan street gangs, right? Those dudes got guns because they could pay for it. You got little 9mm, they got automatic weapons. A couple, you got automatic weapons, you ain't got enough bullets. You're causing problems because you're dry snitching. That's part two. Here go. This is what I love. Look at this. Why do you care? Because you're separating Blackness. Answer to your little question mark. Obviously, you're against it. That's why I'm talking about it. FB is not a group. It's a lineage. You're not smart enough to know that a lineage is a group. What are you still reading? K to 12, right? Right? If you are not with it, then you just noise. No, you the noise, because you don't know history. You can't do analysis, and take the Malcolm out your name, right? Because you're talking to somebody who can write and who can testify and who people listen to. So yeah, I'm your problem, and I'm gonna be your problem tonight. Here's another one. None of you would be called black without foundational black Americans. I just told you it was a European that called us black, sucker. Two, I just said that in our movements, we called ourselves Black Americans, blacks and Black Americans and African Americans. You can't find no goddamn publication with the word FBA. You sound like a religious person. Ain't nobody in history called himself no damn foundational Black American. That word was born about 7 years ago. And it was born from Native Black Americans. But you don't know because you're religious. Now, look, my brother Tariq Nasheed, I met him a few times, spoken to him, right? Personally, he's a good brother. But I'm not dealing with Tariq Nasheed tonight. But I'm always available. Because I'm available. But I'm not dealing with him tonight. I'm dealing with the people that grab onto things and they don't know the history. And largely what I am doing is talking to my people who are black, who are Black American, who are African American, who believe in unity. That's who I'm talking to. But you can stay on because I can use you for food, right? Because many of you, unfortunately, don't know English grammar, can't spell, can't write. I don't know how many of you are degreed, right? I haven't seen any of you people as activists in our community doing anything positive. I see you on social media, chatty patties, talking, right? Talking tough. But what I'm trying to tell you is you keep dry snitching to the authorities to run down on Haitians, run down on Africans. Because you think that the oppressor knows the difference between an African from the continent, a Haitian, or a Jamaican, and us? You think the oppressor cares? You think they can distinguish us when they run it down on us? You don't think that we intermarry? You hate Malcolm X? Oh, Malcolm X is a half FBA. So you doing this for reparations, son, and you ain't got a clue about reparations. But you refuse to read the leaves. You refuse to read what Black America has said about your silly term. Because they have already analyzed it. They've already talked about it. Right? That's not something that's going to move us forward. Good. I got some of my people over here, right? That's reasonable. So you think you getting, watch it. Latinos are stealing our jobs. No. Let me tell you something about the Latinos. I'm going to keep it a buck. Part two, I'm going to walk down 207th Street. Right? That's the Dominican area. I might walk down Dykeman. I'm going to tell you something. What they do is they employ their people. That's what they do. FBAs, how many people do you employ? How many people do you employ? See, black entrepreneurs, they employ black people, white people, African people. Unfortunately, I hope if they employ you, they fire you, right? But when you're in business, you employ people. But in certain sectors, most of the people that these people employ look like them. Yeah, they play the game. My population is Espanol, they speak Spanish, and I need somebody who speaks Spanish and all of that. But you don't know enough about law to deal with that. But then you got to be careful about who you do it to. The fact of the matter is, these people who came, I'm talking about the Latino groups of people, they hungry. And if they were doing something iffy, they smart enough to make it legal. And when they make it legal, for the most part, in the small businesses, they hire trustworthy people that's their own. So they're not stealing our jobs unless you're willing to work for them. They're creating new jobs. There's 65 million of them. But see, you listen to the rhetoric. You don't understand how this works, right? And when I go down 2 on 7th Street or Dykeman, their neighborhood is clean. You know those motorbikes in the black community, the wheelies and all that, the pull-ups and all of that, right? You know about the people on the corner, right? Right? The gangs and the people that look like street people. You go down 2 on 7th Street, Dykeman, right? You go to Queens, certain sectors, you don't see not a damn motorbike cross that line. Why? Because they got order, right? But see, you FBAs are victims with a victim mentality, right? You're not part of the real workforce. Yeah, you might have a job. You might, I don't know, work for transit or something like that. You know, you might be a trucker, something like that. We workers, largely our people. Yes, we have the oppressor, but the thing about it is stinks is that you want the European, the criminal who did this to us, to give you something. And you're willing to separate from your own people, right? For crumbs that they're gonna get to you. Right? So let me stop talking, because you know what, I write and I present better. So let me share my screen and play my video, and then I maybe stop it. I might stop it too much, right? But I want y'all to see, I want y'all to understand the big picture. Because you got me a little hot. And when I'm hot, sometimes I don't think well. But when I sit down and I write, I research, I check my grammar, right? I present way better than the best of y'all. Way better. I've had the best elders, the best mentors. I had the best university training. I passed the test. I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture at the New York Public Library, who wasn't even a foundational Black American, but it was one of the top research centers in the United States that many of our greats went to. His name was Arturo Schomburg. He was a Puerto Rican Black man who you would be attacking. And so many greats came into the Black community that we asked, that Booker T. Washington, in the African exception movement, No, it wasn't a movement. It was actually a paper, right? African exception measure that Booker T. Washington went and he got the president of the United States to change the decree to stop to stop the prohibition of allowing black people to come to the United States. And so that allowed we, with Booker T. Washington, allowed our brothers and sisters to come into this country. You're going to say something about Booker T. Washington? You're going to say something about his foresight? You're going to say something about him noticing that our populations in America were decreasing after the Civil War, right? And after they hunted us down from the plantations and put us in those Union concentration camps, the Devil's Punch Bowl and all of that other stuff, right? And that we needed a new population that was like us in this country, right? So, but you don't read, you don't study, right? All you do is criticize and hold on to some rhetoric that don't fly in history. So you cry tonight. You cry tonight because guess what? I was trained by Dr. John Henry Clark. I was trained by Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan, who was not a foundational Black American. I was trained by Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who's a Black American, right? I was trained by some of the best Black scholars, right? Met many of the Black leaders that you hear about, right? So yeah, you could call me a name, but I was Dr. Clark's pallbearer. I was Dr. Ben's pallbearer. I met Mr. Louis Farrakhan twice, right? I met Henry Louis Gates. You like him? I met Bishop Tutu. I know you don't like him. I met and worked on a project with Colonel Rollins from Ghana. I know you don't like that. I work with so many projects and in several organizations that when I walk the streets, the local streets, people know me. And when I walk our national streets, they know me. They don't know you, chatty patties, because you never did nothing. So let me go share my screen because I'm hot right now, right? But you keep talking to Big Heffy hear you. Keep talking, right? Keep talking. Keep dry snitching. That's part 2. I'm going to get you on that. So let me share my screen. Go through my program. Allow. Great. There it goes. I got to just test the article. Press 1 if you hear it, and I'll play it back.
The pursuit of foundational Black American FBA reparations, rooted in race or ancestry, is not merely a...
Press 1 if you hear it. Press 1. I can't start unless I know that you hear it. Press 1. I'll play it again.
The pursuit of foundational Black American FBA reparations, rooted in race or ancestry.
My brother Rakim, man, front line, good brother, strong brother, somebody that you don't want to play with. How you doing? Tell Leah I said hi. Okay, so here go my little present. Tall guy, Haru, thank you so much. Right? Christoph, always, peace. So here go my presentation, right? So I'm giving y'all talking points, right? To knock these dudes off their block. See, I've been through it before. You know, I've been through it with my disagreement with the Moors, but the Moors were civil. Well, eventually, not in the beginning, but they were civil, right? But this group, now the Moors is how can I say? It's a national organization. They got rules, right? They didn't like what I was saying. They came to see me. We ended up debating, right? And there it is, right? They may not all like me, but they respect me, right? I don't need y'all FBA dudes to respect me, right? I need the people to respect me and to show you that you are illiterate, you're backward thinking, your analysis don't make no sense, and you need to regroup and reorganize. And you need to write something, right? You need to write your paper so we can take it apart. But they've already taken your rhetoric apart. I'm going to show you that. Okay, so let's rock out.
The pursuit of foundational Black American FBA reparations, rooted in race or ancestry, is not merely a futile endeavor. It is a legally doomed strategy, and its predicted failure has become a predictable, almost ritualized defeat that will be overrun by powerful conservative equal protection litigation groups. These equal protection groups and organizations, flush with resources and expert legal talent, have made it their mission to annihilate any policy that seeks to deliver repair or justice based on lineage. This is what FBA groups don't understand or can't understand.
Do you know who those equal protection conservatives are? Do you know that they have that Anglo-Saxon money? Do you know that every time somebody claims anything based on race in that affects law, they run down on them with a lawsuit? You can't stand a lawsuit, right? You individuals, right? You're smart enough not to make yourself a real organization, right? A 501c3 organization, right? You're smart enough not to do that, because then you'll be named, and then you could be how can I say, your 501c3 or whatever is going to be thrown in the garbage, and you individually as board members or whatever, officers and stuff like that, you're going to be in print. And so let me tell you about the print game. So the print game is, if you're in an organization and you are listed as a defendant, even organizationally, right? You just ruined your job life. But you don't know that. So here we go.
Protest and social media do nothing to change their minds. This is not an opinion. It is indisputable fact, supported by the public record of courts overturning or freezing one initiative after another. Pacific Legal Foundation, 2025. Pursuing a lineage-based platform is not because of ignorance, but designed to attack tens of thousands of our people who are blinded in their pain and groupthink to simply fail. Let's be brutally honest. Every attempt to tie reparations to FBA or direct lineage is a gift to well-organized opposition, and FBA rhetoric will fail.
It's meant to fail. You see that gavel right there? You see the flag of the United States? You know the Constitution? You've already failed, because you said foundational Black American, and what you are trying to do is separate Black people from Black people. You stupid people. You discriminate against another American who happens to be a citizen who is Black. They will sue you personally and liable, and personally and officially, right? So you keep running your mouths, and we want to see some of your real names. But some of you, most of you, you don't use your real names. You hide, right? But it's a gift to litigation.
Here are the facts. The Black Farmer Debt Relief Initiative under the American Rescue Plan. Instantly targeted and destroyed in the courts. No.
Why was it attacked, right? It was attacked because they already have a playbook that says anything that you say just with black, right? They are already, now they're all workarounds in law, but you don't know that. But that lineage-based BS that you're talking about, oh, that don't work, right? So they attacked the American Rescue Plan, right? They attacked it, but they're smart enough to understand what you have to say to get past that litigation. But it was immediately attacked.
Not because the case for repair was unconvincing, but because the legal foundation, race as the eligibility criterion, could not survive even the briefest encounter with contemporary constitutional.
Lineage-based, race-based talk, right, don't get you nowhere, right? There's something else that you have to add to it. I've written a whole paper to the New York State Commission on Human Rights. No, New York State Commission, yes, on reparations, right? About what you have to say and what you can't say, but you don't know that.
Law. Conservative litigants swooped in, argued reverse discrimination, and completely shut the program down.
But you want reparations based on lineage based, right? You out of your minds.
Forcing Congress to go back to the drawing board and replace race with harm-based eligibility.
There you go. There you go. That's what we're talking about. It has to be harm-based, not race-based, right? With you foundational Black Americans, if you're causing harm yourselves, you cannot, you yourself are halting, stopping anything that we do with reparations. Because in your rhetoric, you are harming other people. And some of them are citizens. You imbeciles, you toddlers, right? So let's go.
Reparations Committee 2022. FBA groups won't tell you this. The story of the California Task Force is just as damning. Lineage-based proposals, the holy grail for FBA advocates, have done nothing except ignite a legal firestorm. Lawsuit after lawsuit, hurdle after hurdle. The result is gridlock and embarrassment. Court.
So what y'all did was come to the mic, testify during the California Task Force when they were deciding. Y'all said it was lineage-based, or we have to think about it lineage-based. They were trying to say shut up, right? Because they knew what was coming. But no, you had to, but it was purposeful. You had, and then at the end of the day, you call them Negroes, Tezers, sellouts. But at the end of the day, they knew that these conservative groups was going to come after them immediately, right? And didn't give them a chance to, in fact, implement something with a better glossary. But you don't know that. You just want your mouth to be heard, your jib to be heard, right? But do you know how much money that task force caused Black people? That was our tax dollars, right? That was shut down. That was our study that was shut down, right? But you don't care about that. That money could have went to something else more immediately, but it was a try. But you know what y'all did? Y'all sat in the middle of the room, right? Pulled down your pants and took a dump, right? Because it was your talk that says, fine, they can use that as a weapon. You did it, not them. They embarked in a 2-year study, right? It was more than 2 years, but culminated in 2 years, and y'all sat there, unbuckled your pants, pulled down your dirty jeans, right? And your dirty underwear, and you gave conservative groups, right, the power to say, look at the testimonies.
Courts and scholars sound the alarm with crystal clarity. The proof is insurmountable. The standing issues fatal. The end result always the same. Pacific Legal Foundation, 2025. Harvard Law Review, 2016.
You hear my footnotes? I can provide them if they ask for, because I just made a presentation from my paper. But Harvard Review, right? They've already looked at what happened, what went wrong, right? Did you read it? Do you talk about it? Let's go. Nah, you ain't do it.
Instead of analyzing what went wrong, FBA influencers will blame it on the Negroes or the tethers, but won't tell you that in the current constitutional law, it could not stand. Without analysis, and there is none, the FBA groups continue to lead people down a one-way street. They may earn from advertisers on their platforms.
That's what you do. You earn advertising on your little platforms. FBA is hot, so you making some YouTube money and some Cash App money, maybe some Twitter money, right? Yeah, you making little money, right? But that's not what we're talking about.
From white business advertisers.
And you're getting it from white business advertisers. You're so fake. You're getting YouTube money from white business advertisers. You're so fake.
But our people will not at all benefit. They can't point to one lineage-based reparation action that has been successful.
They won't tell you that.
Isn't this the point? Evidence of a successful strategy. These aren't isolated tragedies. Class action reparations lawsuits in federal courts on behalf of the descendants of slavery, the Tulsa race massacre, and the survivors' families have been dismissed or struck down outright.
All of those
millions have been.
All of those, let me just move it back. All of those use lineage and race in their pleadings, right? And were struck down. But you don't read law.
Isn't this the point? Evidence of a successful strategy. These aren't isolated tragedies. Class action reparations lawsuits in federal courts on behalf of the descendants of slavery, the Tulsa.
Descendants of slavery was Pelman Farmer's case, the last reparations case in federal court. I met her in 2001 when we were testifying at the City Council of New York. I followed the case. I read the case. I know why they lost. One is because, well, if you're a plaintiff, you got to be connected to the people that were harmed. She was not, right? She was not. But they promoted that case to go to the appellate court. Why? So it could fail, so they can have new case law against us to cement the fact that this lineage-based BS is not the type of wording that we need. We need to be smarter. Let's continue.
Race massacre and the survivor.
The Tulsa race massacre, right? Now you have people who have actually been harmed. Unfortunately, the venue was wrong, right? Their pleadings were wrong, right? And so unfortunately, the Tulsa race massacre was dismissed, and they have to refile another way with new wording.
Families have been dismissed or struck down outright. Millions have been spent on legal fees, genealogy experts.
Legal fees. The amount of legal fees when we bring our cases up in court, you can't even fathom the amount of legal fees. Lawyers charge, one lawyer can charge $4.50 an hour. In order to bring this up, you need teams of lawyers and you need hundreds of hours, right? And then it goes into other so sometimes you're looking at depending on the case, you're looking at thousands of hours, right? Now, sometimes that's helpful when law offices go and get help from other law offices on a volunteer basis and things like that. But the point of it is, They won't be using your thinking because it's not legal. It's on YouTube, it's social media, it's hyperbole, it's BS. They won't be using you. So there are people who are doing it. It's not you, FBAs.
He writes, and billable hour administrative reviews, only to meet annihilation by consecutive groups year after year. Even university initiatives, like Georgetown and the Jesuits' efforts for slave descendants, have been quietly race neutral.
Even big universities who have tried to fix it, but if they did it based on race, it was annihilated. When they did it based on lineage, it was annihilated. It has to be on actual harm, right? You don't understand that. You don't understand how you have to rechange your pleadings, the way that you plead things, the way that you talk about things in the United States of America. Ain't nobody going to give you a gift of success. They're going to give you a gift of failure because you FBAs are messing up the game.
Or abandoned after legal review. I have to give credit to ADOS for seeking legal action, unlike the FBA groups. However, according to a court status statement, the plaintiffs have requested an additional 60 days to dismiss the case, and the matter has been continued to Monday, September 15th, 2025.
So ADOS, that's Tone and Yvette, they actually filed the case. Do you know that? Right? They actually filed the case, not necessarily directly for reparations, but in the line of making some points clearer. And do you know, in September of this year, right? They themselves were going to have to withdraw or dismiss their case or replete it. But at least ADOS did that. You FBAs who were born out of ADOS, you don't know nothing about law. So shout out to Tony and Yvette for at least trying, but I think that they know how to cure their defects. Do you?
At 9 a.m. This indicates that the case remains officially open and pending, with a possible dismissal or further court action expected around that date. Where are the lawyers or legal minds for the FBA groups?
None. You ain't got none. You got chatty patties talking about lineage-based. You a Tezza, you a coon.
At least Yvette and Tone have tested their thinking in the courts against Harvard University, Harvard Kennedy School, Shorenstein Center, Move On, et al. At some point, our people will catch on that the FBA movement does not have the capacity for real work. Terms, labels, and conclusionary statements such as lineage movement, foundational Black Americans, FBA, the Freedmen, Black Grassroots, On Code, New Black Media, Maroon, Half FBA, signal boosting are trendy, but
So it says, William, wild dog, trader. You got to be a wild dog if you're trading. So I understand that. What do you have to say? You say trying to cause division between FBA and ADOS is a failed attempt. ADOS doesn't have any flaws. What do you mean a failed attempt? Right? Those are two separate organizations for doing two separate things. There's already a division. They're not the same. I mean, well, dog trader. This is a call or a put. I don't understand. I mean, how much margin you got on to say that to charge to say that I'm causing division between them when it's two different organizations? I don't get that.
mean nothing to policy and legal redress, and it is terms like that will fail legal plausibility test.
Okay, so let's deal with this. My brother Kwame, the U.S. Census Bureau defines Black or African American as a person with origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. Definition: my good brother Kwame, Ma'at, Ra, Naomi, Mentahotep. See, you have to understand the traps. You can mention that definition, but then you have to check what the equal protection laws are. So when you're asking for something, this is a label. When you're asking for something in law, it has to be harm-based, right? So a person who is Black or African American, that is a definition of a group, but you have to make your pleadings plausible in court. So then you have to go further, and in this case, you have to show how this the plaintiff who is claiming he's Black or African American has been harmed. You can do that, and that's the reason why I'm having this conversation. But you can't do it based on my grandmama, my big mama, my great great grandmother, unless you show harm from each of those groups. And then you have to understand what Posner said in the last reparation case, that a harm to your ancestor is not a harm to you. So you have to show harm for yourself based on how your parents and grandparents and great grandparents have been harmed. And you can't do it without any psychological stuff. You have to do it with tangible. So you have to do it with redlining. You have to do it with health benefits. You have to do it with housing. You have to be particular, right, to meet the threshold of plausibility. How do I know this? Because I was a plaintiff in federal court. My name is Reginald Mabry, right? On my case, there's 121 citations on plausibility. I found out in federal court that in federal court, you have to be very, very careful about your plausibility. So my case was dismissed without prejudice in federal court, and then I went to state court. I repled in state court under city human rights laws, and I was not dismissed. I can say no more about the case, but I actually am a federal plaintiff pro se that has 121 citations. So that means 121 cases used my case law in deciding plausibility or not. And every case in federal court starts at $100,000 in the process. So you take 100,000 cases. You take 121 cases, and you multiply it by 121. You multiply it by 100 to $500,000, and you will find huge numbers in litigation. So don't F with me about law, right? Because I know something about law, right? And I've been in federal court and I've been in state court on civil rights cases. So don't F with me, you illiterate 12th grader, high school diploma, right? Or GED, big mouth about law. Don't do it, right? Because you can not only find my name in newspaper articles, right? Because you can, many, right? In papers I wrote, you can, several. And in law, there's 121 citations on my case. So don't F with me, you 12th grader.
Meanwhile, some cities learned. Asheville, North Carolina, avoided the same carnage by writing their program around first-generation harm, not explicit ancestry, delivering limited but real results, while other cities bled resources defending the indefensible. Evanston, Illinois, stands out for having survived the wave of legal threats, successfully distributing $25 million because they linked eligibility to geographic and systemic harm, redlined zip codes, place-based disinvestment, not genealogy or lineage alone. Judge Richard Posner captured the legal futility of it all. When injury is done to a person, the right to recover compensation for that injury is personal to the injured person. The descendants of someone who had been wronged could not recover damages for the harm to their ancestor, as cited in Harvard Law Review 2016.
A harm to your ancestor, your great ancestors, your ancestors that you limited 12th graders can't find, because many of you don't know your families, right? You don't know your grandparents, your great grandparents. You might know one of your great grandparents, not all of them, not all four. Your great great grandparents, you have 16 of them. You probably might know of one, but you have 16 of them. You don't know nothing about the lives of your own people, but you're claiming, you want to claim harm to yourself, right, for reparations, but you don't know the harm against your own families because you didn't care. So you want the government, this is what you want. You want the government to give the pain and suffering of all our ancestors to one generation in a cash payout. So you want your what? $5,000, right? You want your $10,000, right? Right? But you don't even know, you don't even visit the graves of your grandparents and your great grandparents because you don't even know them. So you want to take their pain and suffering, their loss, their real fight against Jim Crow and new Jim Crow, right? You want to take all of their pain and suffering and you want to put it in your pocket because you think you're special. You think you're smarter, but you're not part of any real organization that fights for reparations, but you want your check. You selfish bastards, right? And then in doing that, you want to dry snitch on other black people. You selfish bastards, right? For what? For something that, guess what? Others have to get it for us who are talented and skilled, not you. You want to social boost it as if that you want to puppet them, right? But they know better because they know the law and you don't. But on social media, you might be king, FBAs. You might be king right now until people analyze what you are really saying. And don't worry. Oh, I have a video I popped up on one of the shows, and listen, I mean, one of them is a friend of mine. I respect him, but he threw me off his show. He's still my friend, right? We go back and forth like that. But he threw me off his show. But he brought in a cut buddy who is exactly who I say you are.
In Pasha 105. No judge of consequence disagrees. No matter how compelling the moral argument, the legal reality is that ancestral harm does not grant standing in American courts.
Ancestral harm does not grant standing in American courts, right? Stop lying to our people that it does. Stop continuing the same path that leads to defeat. That means if that's something that you want to do, that means you are on the oppressor side because it's a dead end. Okay. Oh, what's this right here? Oh, reparations is dead. How to resurrect it. Institute of Black World 21, July 20th, 2017. Who wrote the article? Oh, Dr. Jahi Issa. And who? No, that can't be me. That is, oh shoot, that's me. That's Reggie Mabry. I wrote a reparations article that's in the Institute of the Black World in the 21st century. Published.
Period. The scam is not letting our people know that old reparations arguments around slavery is dead and needs to be resurrected. Unlike my critics, I have with Dr. Jahi Issa a published article on the subject. FBA groups will clown me, call me names, but have not written anything that reparation groups can use. Meanwhile, equal protection conservative groups aren't just playing defense, they're running offense, systematically scouring legislation and city council.
I'm gonna stop here. Here's Bell. FBA litigation isn't on anybody's desk. You're being scammed, yo. Right? You really being scammed. Ain't nobody. It's the fact of the matter is it's not on anybody's desk because it ain't filed to be on anybody's desk. Right? So once something is filed, then it is then it's a case. Then it becomes litigated. So social media. I'm not saying anything about what Bell said. I'm just talking to the point. You ain't filed nothing to be on a litigation case, a litigation desk.
Minutes.
Oh, let me bring this back.
Next injunction before the ink is
dropped. Let me bring this back because this is relevant to that. So here we go.
Reality is that ancestral harm does not grant standing in American courts. Period. The scam is not letting our people know that old reparations arguments around slavery is dead and needs to be resurrected. Unlike my critics, I have with Dr. Jahi Issa a published article on the subject. FBA groups will clown me, call me names, but have not written anything that reparation groups can use. Meanwhile, equal protection conservative groups aren't just playing defense, they're running offense, systematically scouring legislation and city council minutes, ready to file the next injunction before the ink is dry.
You heard that? They scour the testimonies. They get the transcripts, right? They look at what you're filing, right? Before it even comes plausible, they already ready for you because they have a war chest against bad pleadings, right? This YouTube stuff is just YouTube. This is 2025. We got to do better, right? You run your mouth at a reparations conference, right? Your testimony is a testimony, right? They see what what the commissioners say. If the commissioners say anything positive about lineage-based things, and if they can find any plausibility in their in what the reparations commission is doing, they're gonna strike it down, because the fact of the matter is that lineage-based BS don't work. It destroys. But I'm thinking, y'all, that there are people who know this, who are working on the other side of these groups, right? Who are plants, who are pushing people to make mistakes, right? And these mistakes are already noted before they happen because they're caused. The other part is, of course, the dry snitching, right? But this part is the fact of the matter is there are people leading us to failure.
It is calculated and cold-blooded. Once a policy dares to mention race or ancestry, they move in, force strict scrutiny, and gut the program before it can help a single soul.
Strict scrutiny. They move in, right? You filed it wrong. Don't you know about filing cases wrong, right? Right? Even in the city, state, county, federal, those are your pleadings. Your pleadings will be attacked. You don't know that? For dismissal, right? But even if you have a program that a government is doing, if they detect any of this race stuff or ancestry stuff and not harm-based, it's going to be gutted. Who loses? The taxpayers. Who are those taxpayers? Largely Black people, right? It's lost. I'm going.
The result is not just legal defeat, but mounting public expense, demoralized communities, and policies left in ruins while precious resources and political capital vanish. Social media and rhetoric are distractions. The real war is fought and lost in the courtrooms.
A distraction. But I think that you are on the side of the oppressor, because you're forcing people to make mistakes so that we can't get it right. Social media is meaningless. It means nothing. But it can lead people to a cult mentality to do things that are not in our interest.
And while FBA strategists fixate on an approach that predictably fails, real solutions are quietly succeeding elsewhere. Mabry's place and harm-based model does what lineage thinking never could.
That's me.
It arms communities with overwhelming empirical evidence of current exclusion, South Bronx asthma rates,
those are in my that is in my filing, my testimony for the commission. South Bronx asthma rates, right? Why, or the people in the South Bronx who happen to be black, right? Why is the asthma rates higher, right, compared to other places? Why is the trucking and the traffic and the or sent through black communities like ourselves and produce harm? See, that's how you do it.
Glen's chronic displacement, hospital access disparities, proven with government records and undeniable facts, Mabry has submitted his 25-page paper entitled Legally Defensible Repair for New York State to the
Legally defensible repair for New York State. That's how you write it. You don't write it ancestry. You have to be very specific, right, and understand the law. But you could call me a clown. You could call me a tezer. You could call me a coon. But I write better. I got a better education. My parents made sure I had it. My grandparents made sure I had it, because one day I have to deal with imbeciles, right? GED type people, right, who are misleading our people. So I am prepared. Unfortunately, I wish I was younger, but I'm 60 years old now, right? But tonight I'm gonna get into your ass, right? Show me your education. You want to argue with me? I want to see your education. I want to see what you wrote. I want to see what you published. I want to know who your mentors are, right? I want to know all of that. And then I'll decide if I want to even talk to you.
New York State Commission on Reparations. Mabry's paper follows success and mentions is why Evanston, Illinois, succeeded where others have failed, delivering millions in community redress while FBA-style efforts collect dust. Mabry uses empirical data, not labels or conclusory statements. Question: do you know what empirical evidence is?
Let me just deal with AI. Wild dog. So AI is reading your opinions. You're playing that audio as though it was uninvolved in the back and forth and giving a genuine assessment. That's diabolical. Okay, so I have a degree in computer science, wild dog, and I do think you trade, wild dog, and I do think that you use indicators, wild dog, and some of those indicators are AI based, wild dog. So I'm using the best technology that I can use, right, to win my arguments. So you're clowning me on AI, but you're on a computer, right? So you're clowning me on AI, but you use a phone. You are clowning me on using AI, but it's in transportation now. It's in surveillance now. So you are doing what and saying what about me using the best technology to get my point across? Yeah, my whole presentation is AI. Why? Because it can pronounce better, right? I make sure my grammar is correct, right? I make sure my articles are sourced, right? I cut down on the time. The points are all mine. The paper is mine. And all you can say is about me using the best technology. Like, or do you really do you or you I think you really need to think about it. But do know that I have a degree in computer science, and do know that I got that degree in '88, and do know in my last year I took AI technology, and do know I worked for a law office for 16 and a half years. So if I didn't know this stuff, I couldn't construct this. And do know I worked for the New York Public Library, Schomburg Center for Research on Black Culture for 5 years. And do know that, right? Do know that. And do know that I have an honors in Black Studies. I'm from the City College of New York under Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And do know that, right? So I just want to say that that these kind of chats don't move the meter at all, right? I mean, I have articles. I did all of that with AI. I did writings. I'm an activist. I'm a noted activist. I did that all with AI. You don't make sense. You really don't make sense. Your children are not going to use AI if you have children. Your wife is not going to use AI, right? You know that your resumes are screened by AI. Any minor when they will do you know that if your writing is not punctuated correctly, it goes into one pile? A simple mistake. Do you understand that do you understand we live in a robotic society? Do you understand that everything that we do, everything that we do now is digital? And you are going to come up here and say some damn thing about my AI presentation when I'm talking to you along with the AI presentation. See, you don't make no sense.
Mabry urges a move away from the dead end of race-based eligibility towards structural harm-based solutions, legacy exclusion redress, systemic harm remediation, and targeting documented place-based injustice. This isn't mere semantics. It's the only roadmap that has survived the conservative legal onslaught. His vocabulary shift, away from race-based remedy, descendants of slavery, and reparations towards harm-based remedy, legacy harm review panel, place-based restitution, and community restoration grants, is not rhetorical window dressing, but a legal necessity, and the only strategy with that tracks success of models actually producing results. The conclusion is harsh, but unavoidable. FBA lineage reparations are a legal cul-de-sac. They give ammunition to adversaries, waste precious resources, and stall genuine progress. The only path forward is one grounded in geographic, economic, and harm-based eligibility. Precisely the approach built and proven by Mabry, and the only strategy with a track record of overcoming the relentless, well-funded opposition that rules the courts. Now, this is not a personal critique of Tariq Nasheed nor FBA personalities. This is a harsh critique of FBA groups not prepared to give realistic solutions.
Difference between a personal attack and attack on their thinking. Two separate things, right? What they say, what they do, right? How they do it, what points they make, I can attack. You won't see me saying anything negative about Brother Tariq Nasheed. I don't know him. I know him, but I don't know him personal enough to be talking about him unless there's something that he says that I disagree with, right? But here I'm just not disagreeing with Tariq Nasheed. I'm disagreeing with what I see on social media about the dry snitching, right? That's what I'm and to see if it's plausible in court, because I know something about court. I'm not a lawyer. At best, you could call me at this point former pro se and a paralegal for cases that I'm working on. I'm currently working on a case where a person was called a nigger in a board meeting in my housing, and the person who was called the nigger, right, is suing for defamation. I've gotten rid of 4 attorneys already, right, and I'm sanctioning them, right, but I'm not the plaintiff, but I'm guiding him with his legal proceedings. I just entered in a default judgment for a motion that the plaintiff sent and wasn't answered to. Come to find out that the defendant hasn't answered another motion to the plaintiff. I'm trying to help the person that I'm working with strike summary judgment, which they put a motion in, and also strike conclusory statements in their let me see, conclusory statements when they denied the complaint, right? Their answer to the complaint. So I know a little something about law, and I also know a lot about defamation. And I'm cool, but some of your social media stuff, please, first it's electronic, right? So it's recorded, so that's evidence. Second, right? If it borders on defamation, meaning you are trying to defame me, say something that is really untrue, and you're making money on social media, right? And it goes to the point where really I think it's harm to me, right? Say something personally about me or something like that that's not true. If I find out your real name and I think that you have some money, I'm taking everything from you. I'm taking everything from you. I'm taking your car. I'm taking your wife's car, right? I'm taking your house. So, but most of you don't have money enough for me to get angry about and go after you. So, but if you big and bold and you got a real name, say something, defame me, do some defamation on me. I'll drag you into New York court from West Bubblefuck, or excuse me, wherever you live, right? So you play with me. I could deal with discourse and disagreements. I could deal with all of that. But launch a campaign against me. Let me find out your names. Because all I'm just trying to say is that you are untruthful, you're ahistorical, you don't have the skills, you're misleading our people down a one-way street, right? You're separating black people from black people, right? Not understanding why we embrace the word black. Take FBA out your name, right? You want to write something? Let's just do it peacefully. Why don't you just write something and try to get it published? Show it to the public, right? We ain't got to call each other names and nothing like that. Let's look at it. And to Wild Dog, yeah, sure. I'll scan all your writings. If it's written, it's not scanned. If it's public, fine. I'll run it through the best AI programs. Yeah, because I do that, right? Law offices do that all the time. I work for one, right? So they do that all the time, right? So do that. But you know what? You ain't gonna write nothing because you know why? You haven't written anything. You haven't written anything. Work being picked up by anybody involved in reparations. They can't use what you say. And matter of fact, your vocabulary is very limited. What are you going to say? Lineage-based 100 times? What are you going to say? They're taking your jobs? How many Africans and Caribbeans are taking jobs from African Americans? And what jobs are they taking from? Jobs, white folks' jobs from the from corporate, right? Oh, wait, what, nursing jobs? Well, you got to have a nursing degree. So if you don't have a nursing degree or any of those type of degrees, you're not qualified, right? If you are qualified and they're taking jobs from you, right? You shouldn't be the one to complain. They can file a lawsuit if they can prove it, right? But you want to, but all this is to act like you're going to get a paycheck from the criminal who did this to you. Individuals, if they're harmed, they don't need you. They don't need you. They can file a lawsuit. They don't need you. A lawsuit would be more lucrative to them than whatever they're going to get from reparations. Who's stupid? Not me. You gaslighted. You lying. You misdirected. If a person is harmed individually, go sue. Sue for discrimination. Hopefully there's some retaliation with it. Right? You don't need the whole group. Right? But what you're trying to do is create a herd mentality. Right? And ultimately, again, the person who's harmed, they can sue themselves. They can learn the skills to be a pro se. But dude knows this: if you are pro se, you represent yourself in law. You better be skilled, because they have whole firms that will be the defendants and come after you. So to my dude, Wild Dog, you better learn AI. You better learn how to scan, right? You better know how to analyze, and you better start reading some law books. And yo, miss me with that BS, yo. I'm not the one. You probably never met nobody like me. You think I'm a YouTuber? No. I'm more than that. Huh? My ex-wife is a PhD. My son is in the PhD program, right? That's the type of father and former husband I was. Right? Miss me with that BS. And in my quiet time, I try to help Black people. I involve myself in organizations. I write. Hey, yo, if you ain't never did none of that stuff, man, don't, yo, quiet. Yo, put your head under a pillow, yo. I mean, I got people in this chat, man, that see me in public meetings. I mean, literally see me in public meetings in my community. And yo, miss me with that BS, yo. Anyway, let me finish this up and go to another point.
For our people, not tracking the success and failure, not writing papers or submitting papers. Social media promotion only means that they get to critique real work without contributing realistic and meaningful analysis. They seek to stand in front of the whole movement of African descendants in America, refuse to admit that we are African descendants, but only foundational Black Americans. Mislabel our greats who never called themselves foundational Black Americans.
So who were those people that were enslaved that was put on those ships? Were they immigrants? Yeah, they were involuntary immigrants. They were involuntary immigrants. They were immigrants, right? Who were they? When did they become foundational Black Americans? They didn't become foundational Black Americans until the term was created and it was backdated to people that never called themselves foundational Black Americans. That's a fake analysis. Foundational Black Americans, but at the same time, you are now separating Black people from Black people based on some fake reparations. That when I mean fake reparations, is that your concepts of reparations is fake. Reparations is not fake. Your concepts of reparations is fake. Your pleadings, your thinking is all wrong. Lineage-based? What was their original lineage when they were enslaved? Are you really trying to identify our people living with white people, getting jobs or not getting jobs with white people, right? Are you really trying to identify a whole experience with white people? Hey, yo, you sick in the head, yo. Because it seems like it's an integrationist movement, yo. It's an integrationist movement. That's what you, for some type of little pay, right? And you're not even part of the process. Yeah, I'm being diabolical. Huh. I'm being diabolical? No, I'm giving you the facts, Frank.
Clown people like myself who actually do the work. I recently appeared on All Viral Access Media, a show I really liked but got clowned.
Oh, that's me. A picture of me you can find in the Amsterdam News for the street naming of Dr. Joseph Ben Jokanen. I was testifying. Like I testified in other street hearings, like the one for Father Allah of the 5% movement and justice, which I testified to get a street sign, or worked on the process of getting a street sign. I worked on several street signings in my communities, right? But you can find me in the papers, Frank, right? That's diabolical. Okay.
Logged on because I saw the image of them burying the Pan-African.
Okay, so I'm telling you how I my most recent conflict with FBA groups. So let me play back.
They seek to stand in front of the whole movement of African descendants in America, refuse to admit that we are African descendants, but only foundational Black Americans, mislabel our greats who never called themselves foundational Black Americans, clown people like myself who actually do the work. I recently appeared on All Viral Access Media, a show I really liked but got clowned. I logged on because I saw the image of them burying the Pan-Africanist movement.
So the FBA influencers had a show burying, with a casket with the red, black, and green flag on it and burying it. And you got the nerve to say that you foundational Black Americans, and that flag, the red, black, and green flag, is a flag that African Americans, Black Americans, Negroes, Black people, colored, they made it our own sign. They made it a flag for us. And you are clowning that, and you're saying that what, Pan-Africanism is dead? With the red, black, and green flag has something to do with Pan-Africanism, but more with Black nationalism and Black self-determination. That's how I know you're stupid, right? That you would put a red, black, and green flag and you would bury it, right? That's how I know that you're stupid, and you create a foundational Black American. So what does your flag look like? Red, white, and blue, right?
And I wanted to hear their arguments.
Oh, there it goes. So you're going to put red, black, and green on a casket and to be buried. And you are people. And you fighting for us. And you fighting for reparations. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? We're going to bury our own damn flag and replace it with a new flag. We're going to bury our history and those people that sacrificed for the red, black, and green. We're going to bury that for a new flag. Now, my people, All Viral Access Media, they still my people. Even though he kicked me off the show, right? He my people. So this is my rebuttal show. But I sense that I don't want to talk about them personally. I want to go deeper and talk about the messed up mentality.
Yep, they did this to me. A proven Black activist and scholar with published articles and references in real media. In my arguments, I attempt to bring up many points, but did not show my paper, writing, or analysis, because I was looking to see how they treat my work. I got what I expected. I am not mad at them at all.
Oh, that's me with the red, black, and green? Yeah. Yeah.
I expected this. As a matter of fact, for the record, I did start the fight, criticizing FBAs, so maybe I got what I deserved from them. They just got mad and didn't want to hear my arguments. I recommend subscribing because they carry a range of topics that people seem to be interested in. However, they are an FBA influencer channel, so watch the fireworks.
Okay, so now what I am going to try to do is I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I'm going to try to find the article. I'm going to try to find the article from a reparations site about why lineage-based thinking does not work. So give me a second while I try to find this article. Give me a second. Anyway, how's everybody doing tonight? Am I capping? Anybody on? Give me your comments. Am I capping? Am I saying something that's untrue? Right? Or you just really not interested in? Or you FBAs? You FBAs, you can log in. Let me hear you. I'm giving a second for this to come up, right? See, let me just tell you something about our people on the sidelines. Now, maybe 80% of you are just taking in the information to try to make up your own mind. You don't have enough information to make a decision yet or point. And I respect that. Then there are some of you who are FBAs. This is your time to shine. I'm the one. Because I am on social media. So let me hear your talks. Let me see what you wrote. Put yourself on blast. Put your real name out. Right? Because I'm giving you smoke, and this is part one. Part two, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take all breaks off. This is part one. Part two. Let me see. Lineage reasons. FBA. Lineage-based does work. Institute of Black World 2021. Okay, great. Y'all don't want to play with me? I'm not playing with you. I was cool. I was just looking on social media, right? And I said, oh wow. I guess nobody's answering y'all, so that gives y'all the green light. Well, let me see what's going on social media. Okay, so while I'm doing that, let's share. All right, so this is a reparations site. This is the Institute of Black World. These people catalog the information on reparations. They've been doing this for years. They're a think tank. Here at this on this chat is two of my articles on reparations, right? Because I'm somebody that they're going to track. The name of this article is Top 10 Reasons Why Lineage-Based Reparations is a Bad Plan. They wrote it in 2022. It's 25. They wrote it 3 years ago, right? So I'm going to read it. On September 30th, not an AI voice, in my own voice. September 30th, 2020, 401 years after human traffickers landed in Virginia, where I was born, and sold Africans to English settlers, California lawmakers passed Assembly Bill 3121. The legislation established a 9-person task force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, not FBAs, for African Americans, with a special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. That's lineage. On March 29th, the task force voted. First, let me, is anybody out there, can anybody hear me? I just want to make sure that y'all can hear me. Let me go check my YouTube before I finish. Make sure I don't have any technical problems. That occurs. Give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Anybody out there, press 1 if you can hear me. Can anybody hear me? Okay, great. Hey, Mr. Morpheus, how you doing today? Peace. Glad you're here. I know that you're busy. Thanks. I'm glad. Nathaniel, which is peace, brother. Good sir, why are you doing this? Times change, young warrior. We are not taking out black. We are foundational Black Americans. If you're not, we don't hate you for it. Good brother. This is not about hate. This is about you taking black out your name. Black for us means unity, like red, black, and green, right? What you're doing is that you are going against people who are Black, who are coming into the United States for a promise of reparations that you can't articulate, right? I'm 60 years old, so I guess you're calling me young. You're a little older than me, right? But I'm pretty sure that you're well read, right? So right now I'm giving you from our people, Black people, who do reparations. I'm giving you the top 10 reasons why lineage-based reparations does not work, right? I could cite, I could quote, I could research, and I'm bringing it to you. So why am I doing this? Because you did it, not you, right? But foundational Black Americans. I just put up a group burying the red, black, and green flag, right? You think I should overlook that? No, I ain't gonna overlook that, right? Why am I doing this? Because these groups are disrespectful, attacking Black people, but sorcery around the 65 million of Latinos that got here. They got the 65 million people. They didn't just walk here. They've been here for a while. You don't say nothing about them. You know why? Because Big Heffy, once he hear about it, your whole generation is gone. But it's easy to attack Black people, so it's Black on Black crime. Why am I doing it? Because it's Black on Black crime. You dry snitching to the authorities about removing our peoples coming here, and you claiming we taking away jobs? Man, create jobs. Hey, stop that Black on Black hate in the community. Say hello once in a while. Right? So why am I doing it? Because I ain't sorcering it no more. I ain't sorcering it. I ain't overlooking your destructive rhetoric no more. I know you can't write. I'm not talking about you, good brother. I know you ain't got no testimonies. I know you don't know nothing about law. But you're attacking Black people, but you're not attacking the European. You're not attacking the Asians. You're not attacking the lost Latino groups. And I know why. Because you're straight up cowards. What you're doing is Black on Black crime. See, it's easy to do it to ourselves, right? You dry snitching to the authorities to what? Remove the Haitians who crossed that crossed that ocean and risked their lives for a better life. Africans who came in for what? For you to get something that's not even promised? When Mr. Morpheus is here, one day I was talking to Mr. Morpheus, and he said, "Yo, Reg, you know what's so stupid?" Now he's my big brother. So Morph, what you talking about? He says, "Yo, there's 40 acres in the mule. Think about it, Reg. Sherman is promising them 40 acres and one mule. You know, Reg, think about this." And I'm like, I'm trying to think, I'm trying to figure it out. He said, "Reg, I'm talking about the mule." I said, he said, "What's a mule?" I said, "It's a sterile animal, right? Used for labor." He said, "Reg, that's the point." He said, "Reg, that's the point. It's sterile. So they're going to give you 40 acres and a mule that can't multiply with your neighbors. You can't breed them. And that mule is going to die. And what happens after that, Reg?" I said, "Morph, they're going to have to go back to the white man to get another mule. And in the meantime, when they can't work their crops, they're in debt." He said, "Reg, so that's the promise? That's what these people are talking about?" I said, "Morph, I didn't never think about that. It wasn't a promise. It was failure." And that's the mentality that I'm talking about right now. Failure. Especially in things like reparations that has something to do with law, right? Lineage-based is stupid. It has to be harm-based, because that's the only thing American law will tolerate. And I'm supposed to be why am I doing this? I'm putting you on blast. I'm showing for everybody that watches this, and listen, I don't always get a lot of views, right? But it lives and it gathers steam over time. I'm showing that you're legally you're legal toddlers, right? You're legal toddlers. You ain't got no right to be talking about nothing. You don't do the work, right? Most of you are just groupies, cult followers. Don't make up your own minds. Don't even we have the best technology to research right now. You don't use the tools, but what you want is a handout from the European. Booker T. Washington never really talked about reparations. He never talked about reparations. Why? Because he said quietly, we're going to do what we have to do for our people quietly. We don't have to make no noise. We're going to build. You people not builders. You're hoes. I mean, and there's a difference between a hoe and a prostitute. See, a hoe gives it away for free. At least a prostitute makes some money. You the hoe. You want the trick to give you something or not give you something. Right? Right? You're a hoe. You got your belt unbuckled. You're feminizing us, emasculating the black male. Why? Because if we want something, we with a group mentality can get it. We don't have to ask anybody for it. We really never had to do it. Right? But it's always the black separatist, the black on black separatists that do it to us. You know, those black Christians that held slaves, those black Christians that were favored by the European, right? Sometimes you don't even have to, you just do it for them, right? That's who you are. So now you're gonna own black? I ain't gonna let you own black. Black is unity, group. I ain't gonna let you do that. I ain't gonna let you separate it to some foundational, some term that was just created out of that has no historical hallmarks to it. Now, other people could let you do it, but I've been trained for this. I ain't gonna let you do it. I'm gonna show you that you are legal toddlers, right? That's what I'm gonna show you. Because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna show you, like I'm showing you now with the Institute of the Black World, who is a reparations think tank. They already looked at what you had to offer, and they already dissected it. Now, so don't argue with me. Argue with the people that do reparations. Brass, I don't have super chat yet. Hey, how you doing, Brass? Peace to you. I'm not. I'm glad Brass is on and stuff like that. I mean, we're looking for people that can do stuff, right? Now we will support our undereducated, our people in the streets, our homeless people. But we are not going to castigate them. If we can, we're going to build them up, and we're going to give them the facts. You ain't giving us not one goddamn fact on some damn lineage-based reparations. So let me go and finish. Let me start from the beginning, right? I do have a Cash App. I didn't put it up. Let me put up my Cash App. If anybody wants to buy me lunch, give me a second. Yeah, that's it right there. If anybody want to buy me lunch, I appreciate that. So let's go back here. Got that. You want to buy Brother Reggie some lunch? That's fine. Because, social media for me is just really lunch money, sometimes dinner money, right? Sometimes I won't buy lunch. I'll just use it all to pay my internet bills, right? So it's not something I can make money off of. Yep, Brass. Let me see what Brass is saying right here. Yep. So Brass is trying to come up with a strategy to help content creators make some money, right? So look out for Brass. Anything he posts, I'll post, right? But he's not trying to do what other people trying to do is scam you, waste your time and energy for lineage-based reparations, right? When there are facts that contradict it. So what I want you FBA people to do, don't argue with Reggie, argue with the Institute of Black World. So let me read this. On September 30th, 2020, 401 years after human traffickers landed in Virginia and sold Africans to English settlers, California lawmakers passed Assembly Bill 3121. The legislation established a 9-person task force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, not no damn FBAs, with a special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. That was their mistake. On March 29th, the task force voted 5-4 to limit the resulting reparations to Black people whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States, sparking a robust debate about who is deserving reparations. That was their mistake. While this may seem like the most straightforward solutions, undoing the legacy and history of slavery is not that simple. As descendants of Africans enslaved in America, I would benefit from this policy, but as someone who has taught race and economic constructs to college students, studied the history of Africans in America, and has written extensively about reparations for 2 decades, I oppose this idea. It's my belief that the foundation of this argument rests on the precepts of white supremacy that created the disparities reparations are intended to erase. Instead of writing an entire treatise, which I've actually done a few times, and many of us have done, right? A few times. Well, and I've decided to go on social media, right, to educate. Here are the top 10 reasons why lineage-based reparations is a terrible idea. 10. Start from the bottom. It's based on white history. First of all, the bill states that more than 4 million Africans and their descendants were enslaved in the United States and the colonies that became the United States from 1619 to 1865, which excludes the descendants of Africans who were enslaved in America by anyone other than English settlers who showed up a century after Europeans arrived on the continent with enslaved Africans. We still don't know what happened to the Africans who revolted in the Spanish colony of San Miguel, that Guadalupe in 1526. Historians speculate that they may have been living in North Carolina, but are we to think in 500 years none of these people made it to California. So it'll exclude them. It also rests on the tenuous definition of descendant and the actual definition of African American, who doesn't actually exist because race is just something white people made up. 9. White math. The entire concept of tying reparations to ancestry is based on white supremacist construction to demonize welfare queens, social programs, and the MAGA form of racism known as economic anxiety. According to the zero-sum philosophy, if everyone gets a piece of the American pie, there will be less for everyone. Unfortunately, that's not how the math works. When wealth is distributed evenly, it generates more wealth and less poverty. This economic concept has been so widely accepted that we don't even argue about it anymore. We're willing to use taxpayer money to subsidize white farmers, billionaires, and wealthy corporations by reasoning that the money will have a positive economic impact. We provide Social Security, small business loans, and stimulus checks for the same reason, because it stimulates the economy. Apparently, Black people are the only segment of our society for which economic stimulus doesn't work because, well, just use it to buy Cadillacs, steaks, and snow crabs. Giving reparations to more people who are affected by racial inequality is the surest way to repair the wealth gap. It's right there in the word, right? Give the money to all Black people, right? Instead of these infights on who should get it or not get it, right? More people getting their share of the pie doesn't necessarily mean smaller slices for everyone. This is only true if we accept that there is only one pie that has already been prepared. Otherwise, you probably need some intelligent people to figure out how many people need pie and request enough ingredients to give everyone an adequate slice. You're muddying the damn waters, you FBA, right? 8, it excludes actual descendants of the enslaved. It is said that there were Africans who couldn't nobody own, including those who revolted aboard the slave ships and those who escaped immediately after landing and lived in maroon communities. Archaeologists believe thousands of unknown Africans resided in North Carolina's Great Dismal Swamp. Their descendants alone may number in the hundreds of thousands by now. How about the Haitians and free people of color who lived in Louisiana before America purchased it from France? They are Americans. They're descendants of slaves, but they were not American citizens or Americans when they were enslaved, nor were they enslaved by American citizens. The same holds true for Black people who were emancipated before 1776. Technically, they were British citizens before Americans existed. How about the millions of Black immigrants from the Caribbean who came to America as freedmen, but were enslaved by Americans who owned plantations in Jamaica, Barbados, the Bahamas? While that may sound like an inconsequential fact, it's how South Carolina actually became a colony. Oh, by the way, it's also why Charleston, South Carolina had the highest per capita income of the 13 colonies before the American Revolution, which is why the city is known as the slave capital of America. 7, it asks the victims of criminal enterprise to solve a crime. Imagine if someone managed to escape from a ring of kidnappers. The kidnappers, knowing they were guilty, began to free their victims. Half the people are free when the cops bust in, and half are in chains. How can they determine who is a kidnapped victim and who was a kidnapper? I have no idea. All I know is that the worst way to solve the crime would be to ask the people who weren't in chains to solve the crime. Yet that's what the California Task Force proposes. And when it comes to reparations, this is not just a hypothetical scenario. Although California was supposed to be a free state, as many as 1,500 Black people were illegally transported to California between 1849 and 1861. I suspect it would be hard for Native Californians who actually descended from enslaved people to find documentation of their ancestors' death. I don't want to sound like a bigot, but in my experience, thieves are usually terrible at record keeping. You FBA, you want the thieves, right? You want them to decide for us who gets reparations. And at the same time, you want to alienate some who you don't think were descendants of the enslavement. And this author is trying to say is that, it's really problematic to do that, right? So he's making a case why lineage-based slavery doesn't work. You people can't analyze, right? But these are the people that actually do the work. And these are the people who have to defend against equal protection and conservatives. Not you. You stand behind keyboards and you're doing your push-ups and you got deep voices and you just grew some beard on your chin and you got a pork chop sideburns and you got no college or very little, but you want to be spokespersons about who should get what. Get the F out of here. 6, reparations for African Americans should not be limited to slavery. The dollar value of the free labor stolen between 1776 and 1865 is just a fraction of what was stolen from Africans in America. In 1865, America was 89 years old, and there were 4 million Black people enslaved in the United States, or in the U.S. 84 years after emancipation, 15 million Black people were subject to Jim Crow, redlining, unequal wages, and the theft of their tax dollars. As I wrote in 2020, the intergenerational transfer of Black wealth that came after slavery may be more than what is taken through slavery. Did you hear that point? As I wrote in 2020, the intergenerational transfer of Black wealth that came after slavery may be more than what was taken during slavery. Think about the tax dollars collected that were used to build white-only schools, public accommodations, institutions of higher learning to which Black people had no access. How about the devaluing of real estate as a resulting of redlining on the GI Bill that wasn't available to Black veterans or banks that legally excluded Black customers? But we're federally insured with Black tax dollars. The New Deal, the largest social program in American history, built the middle class for white America with Black tax dollars. How about the wage inequity, credit disparities, and employment opportunities that still persist? All of this just all of this didn't just suddenly end in 1865. Uh, by this time, 1865, now after that, we're talking about people who, you dummies, are not foundational Black Americans. You dummies, right? Right? We've been past that, but your analysis only deals with what you call foundational Black Americans. White supremacy does not differentiate between kinds of Black people. That's my point, you dummies. To be fair, the data shows that non-white immigrants fare better than descendants of enslaved people. Black immigrants tend to be more educated, more financially secure than U.S.-born Black Americans. Yet, while you hate hearing that, right? But why don't you spend some time preparing your future generations and your children, making sure that they go to college, do their homework, right? Instead of goddamn just complaining. I want to know the children of the FBA people, right? I mean, you're such complainers and whiners, right? What are you doing? What are you doing with your money for your own children while we wait for reparations? Yet, while advocates of lineage-based reparations use this to justify their position, the data proves them wrong. There's very little data on African American descendants of enslaved people. But when one compares Black immigrants to white immigrants, American-born whites or any other racial or ethnic group, the same racial disparities appear. And while the children of Black immigrants are more likely to earn a college degree, get a job, and escape the confines of the criminal justice system, according to U.S. Census data, the economic disparities between Black immigrants and the U.S.-born whites increase with each generation. By the third generation, the effects of slavery and white supremacy on Black immigrants in the U.S.-born are virtually the same. Unlike every other demographic, having educated parents, high income, or a past does not include slavery, does not immunize anybody, especially Black immigrants, from the effects of white supremacy. But in the meantime, in between time, you FBA people, most of you are under 45, right? A few of you might be 50, right? Where's your math, right? You're looking at things that don't matter and don't move the needle, right? White America, to white America, we all look alike, you fools. 4, Black immigrants receive reparations is economically better for Black communities. Asian, Hispanic, and white immigrants are more likely to live around people of similar income, while Black immigrants live around other Black people. Oh, but you hate them. According to, you just don't want to be around them. You sound like you are racist, right? To your own people, you're the worst types of people, right? According to the National Academy of Science, Black immigrants and their children are integrating with non-Hispanic whites at the slowest rates, despite Black immigrants' relatively high educational attainment and employment rates. In fact, Black people who migrate from other countries are more likely to live in Black communities than Black people who were born in America. So the immigrants, the Black immigrants, if you want to call them that, they want to live with us. But you FBA people, you want to live with white people. Huh? Non-native Black entrepreneurs are more likely to employ, watch this, non-native Black entrepreneurs are more likely to employ African Americans, and first-generation immigrants are more likely to attend historical Black college than a first-generational Black college student. The other point of that is, well, Black American entrepreneurs usually hire everyone, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about failed complainer FBAs who you just want the bag, right? You just want the bag. And who are you going to hire? I'm pretty sure, looking at who some of you are, you hire everybody else and you finesse Black employers. Where are your FBA businesses? right? And please don't discriminate against other people because you'll wind up in federal, city, state, local court and get your business taken away. You're just so dumb. 3, it absolves racists by literally fitting the definition of a racist. Wow, let me read that again. It absolves racists by literally fitting the definition of racist. How are you going to call people racist when you're being racist yourself? One of the justifications for this decision is that lineage-based reparations circumvent the California law that forbids preferential treatment to individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. The committee's race-neutral solution thereby appeases the only demographic that supported this original I don't see color resolution, white people. Many of these same white people believe that they didn't benefit from slavery if they didn't own slaves. And now they would be able to claim that they fixed racism by denying reparations to black people. Isn't it ironic that the state of California is proposing to fix the impact of legalized constitutional race-based institutions that contributed to the systemic oppression of black people to the social, economic, and political advantage of whites by adhering to legalized constitutional race-based law that contributed to the systematic oppression of black people to the social, economic, and political advantage of whites? Okay, maybe ironic is the wrong word. There's got to be another one. But think about you, FBAs. You are going to racially separate black people based on your perceived ideas of them being immigrants when you really don't know, right? Do you know anything about law? No, you don't, right? This is the quickest way to lose everything and be personal and liable. Because if you're on social media chatting that and you're a business owner, you're done. Or somebody, man, if I was a litigant, man, if I was a immigrant and you didn't hire me and you're an FBA and you're online, I'm suing everything from you. It's just dumb. You're too loud and wrong and strong and dumb. Oh, 2, there are better ways. Generation-based reparations. It is hard to argue against the idea that the negative effects of slavery have compounded interest with each successful generation. Perhaps the reparations should be paid according to how many generations a black family has lived in America. Interesting. One lump sum for everybody black. If your great-grandparents immigrated to America in the 1890s, are you less impacted by the legacy of slavery? If one of your parents is white, do you get a half check? Or does the white side of your family that benefited from the white supremacists negate the impact on the black half? Should Nicole Richie get more than the notorious B.I.G.? Like, fix your math. Give reparations for people who were not enslaved. Because slavery was constitutional, a legal argument for reparations would probably fail in American court. Unless, of course, we could convince Ta-Nehisi Coates to do the closing arguments. But the Supreme Court has ruled that school districts, cities, lending institutions, state legislators, the federal government, and local voting boards illegally discriminate against all black Americans. We can prove that, right? We can prove that. So we won't have to separate ourselves, you dummies. Maybe every black taxpayer from 1776 should just ask for a return on the investment with interest. We don't even have to call it reparations. Call it a tax refund, you idiots. Just pay everybody black, right? Y'all don't think deep. Look, I know what I said about California's law, but you and I both know that this thing is going to end up in court anyway. A reparations test. No, I'm not talking about qualifying anyone who could recite at least one Frankie Beverly song or do an electric slide without looking at their feet. But if the NFL can do race norming for CTE, why can't California do the same for reparations? Instead of using lineage as the sole metric, the state could use the same individual's information, create an algorithm that determines how much wealth was stolen from each applicant. That's harm-based. Lineage alone shouldn't be the sole qualifier. I tell you, you're not smart. White people will get all the money anyway. Finally, we have to acknowledge that race is just something white people made up. There's no scientific or medical basis for race. So how does one determine who is an African-American descendant of persons enslaved in the United States afforded the special consideration by the state of California instead of the descendants part of the proposal? Let's focus on the African-American part for a minute, not the FBA. If you think black immigrants would dilute the pot, how do you feel about white people receiving reparations? Wait, they're going to get all your reparations money anyway. You might, in this generation, get a $5,000 check, $10,000 check, right? Uh, by and large, who's going to receive your reparations? For one generation. According to the Census Bureau, California is 6.5% black and 72% white. Imagine even those, and I'm pretty sure that they're focusing that some Latinos are white. Imagine even half those black people could prove their ancestry was tied to slavery, because we can't, because we only care about ourselves, our mama and our daddy. Half know the grandparents' names. Well, my grandma name was Miss Susie. Don't know her full name. A large-scale DNA study published in the American Journal of Human Genetics concluded that nationwide, about 3.5% of people who identify as white, including around 5% of white Californians, have at least 1% African ancestry. If the task force incorporates the suggestion that lineage can be proven by established negative evidence, it is entirely possible that white people could claim the bulk of reparations. Meanwhile, millions of black American taxpayers who are subject to every iteration of white supremacy wouldn't be paying the reparations to white people. They would be excluded from cashing in. And if you think that's a stretch, consider a man who claimed set-asides for minority businesses by using a DNA test that he was 90% white and 4% sub-Saharan African. Consider the fact that nearly 2.4 million Hispanic Americans changed their race to white, which I talked about, between 2010 and 2020 census. Consider that neither the Census Bureau nor the California has a legal definition of what an African American means. Finally, here's a story. In 1891, a lawyer, poet, newspaper owner, doctor, legislator, and civil rights activist from Louisiana named Louis Martinet set up a citizens committee to test the constitution of the separate car law. You probably know that as Plessy, right? Case, if you're smart. The committee was composed of an elite group of free people of color in New Orleans who were accustomed to be treated equally. But after the Civil War, New Orleans Creole leaders worried that they would be treated like the newly emancipated slaves. To stop this segregation thing in its tracks, they recruited another member named Homer Plessy to ride on a segregated streetcar and paid a police officer to arrest him. When the case went to trial, the judge, Howard Ferguson, found him guilty. It was just what the Citizens Committee wanted. They appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, but in a stunning decision, the court upheld the verdict, setting the precedent that would be known as separate but equal. After Plessy versus Ferguson ruling said segregation was constitutional, the Jim Crow thing took off. Martinet's family realized that they were second-class citizens and decided to give up the wealth and legacy that they had built, leave Louisiana, and become white. A century later, a prominent professor, writer, historian who spent his career writing about the black intellectuals sat on the patio of Birmingham restaurant having lunch with a black writer named Michael Harriot. Halfway through the meal, the professor, who I will not name because I do not know if he publicly shared this information, revealed that he was a descendant of Louis Martinet, whose family had for generations lived as white people. Martinet is still celebrated as a legend in New Orleans, but the immorality of history got nothing on whiteness. I was fascinated, but didn't get to hear more because the famous professor was only in town for a few hours. He catch a plane to California. There are lots of points in this, right? So are you FBA people are going to create a fake case that's going to work against you, right? Because you don't know about the equal protection law, right? And a fake case against African immigrants or Caribbean immigrants? Are you going to go to court? Right? Are you going to go to court trying to create a cause that you should get more reparations than them based on what, right? Like, are you going to enter into bad faith? You're already bad faith. You're breaking what black means to black people, which is unity, right? Take that goddamn black out of your name. Your foundational immigrant integrationists, your foundational haters of black people, your foundational dry snitches on other black people, right? For what? Something that other people have to formulate the ideas to get it from you. Like, you're so fake, and you're so okay. So now, so that's right, James Modest. He's not FBA, but he's a black pilot, right? He's one of our best. What's up, Pan African James in Apparel, my good brother? How you doing? Hope everything is fine. At some point, we need to talk about the Maghrebi. That's another subject. I just wanted to bring it up because I seen you here. You don't like the word Maghrebi? Okay, that's fine. I just want to hear your points. But that's enough. We have all type of conversations. But tonight, Pan African Designs and Apparel, my good brother, right? What they did was the FBAs buried, dressed a coffin with red, black, and green. I can stop reading this. Go back into the thing. And where's the video? And they created a coffin with red, black, and green, and they buried it. These FBA types, right? They have no respect on the red, black, and green, but they do have a flag. What is it? Red, white, and blue, right? So I'm starting to think that they work in. I'm not starting to think. I know that they're working against us. They're trying to push a dead-end lineage-based model or argument that continuously fails to get people on board in a group thing to fail. But at the same time, they want to separate black people for the benefit, and they dry snitching as if there's large amounts of Africans and African Caribbeans in the United States. But what they won't do, their sucker asses won't do, is they don't want to challenge the Latino population. They're just mixing all the Latino immigrants and I don't like the border and I don't like all that. But they won't. Their complaints against the Latino population, which is 65 million, won't rise to the point that they hear. What happens is black on black crime, right? I call it black on black crime when you separate black people, but you won't ever make noise that Big Heffy here. Because the Big Heffy think that you dry snitching on these people and calling ICE on them, right? Calling authorities on them, having them their businesses checked, right? Right? You're out of here. If your points rise against too much about the street crime, the streets and the drugs and all of that, and Big Heffy hear you, right? And you trying to put the authorities on them, you're gonna have to pay the price. Big Heffy ain't gonna play. That's gonna be on part 2. I'm gonna show you how Big Heffy ain't gonna play with you. But it's easy to attack black people. It's easy to slander black people, right? And you want to be racist yourself, and you want to separate black people from black people for a promise of reparations. But you got no written arguments against any of these. Oh, I didn't share the screen. Sorry. Well, so here goes Pan African James. I'm sorry, I didn't share. So this is them. Screen 2. Where is it? Allow. Oh, here. Yeah, this is what the nerve they got to do. Yo, that's disrespectful, yo. Who they burying? Malcolm X? Who they burying? Marcus Garvey? Who they burying? Dr. Khalid Muhammad? Who they burying? Any of the other Fannie Lou Hamer? All those people that fought for the red, black, and green? That's who they burying? Hey, yo, you crossing the line. You crossing the line. So let me stop sharing. Let me look at the chat, and then I'm gonna play something. Wait, let me get to this. My brother Nathaniel. Brother Reggie. Ghanaians, Haitians, Nigerians, Caribbean, Jamaicans will tell you they're not black. So why you assume black means unity? An ignorant person, if you're looking for sound bites from ignorant people, you will get it. Do you really care what an ignorant person says? The question is, my good brother Nathaniel, how does the oppressor see us? He sees us as black niggas. I know enough about history to know that ignorant people are born everywhere. And I hope you know that. So why does it irk you that if they say that they're not black, when you know that they are black? And why does that disturb you when white people say that they are white and you do nothing about it? And Latinos, who are 65 million, they say that they're not black. 65 million Latinos, right? The 80, 90 million whites, they say that they're not black. Why does it irk you when a small number of black people say that they're not black? We have black Americans that say that they're not black. My good brother Nathaniel, miss me with that. Really, really miss me with that. You can find people on the internet anywhere if that's what you're looking for. Does that make your case? Nathaniel, help me out, good brother. Show me how lineage-based reparations works in law. That's the point. These are what you call stray conclusory comments. They have no basis in law whatsoever. I'm talking about law. I'm talking about equal protection law, right? Where race, sex, gender can't be an argument, right? In the context of the equal protection laws. You cannot be rewarded. Grants can't be given, right? Any type of grants can be given based on race in the United States. So I'm asking you, my good brother Nathaniel, to try to figure out how can awards be given that are not attacked. And so if we know that race will be attacked, wouldn't we find out other ways in which to say the same thing, not based on race? I would think so, right? I would think that's reasonable. And that's why, based on the equal protection laws, we can't use things like lineage-based. It's a dead end, unless you want us to fail, my good brother Nathaniel. No, you're respectful, good brother, and you have some ideas, and I respect that, right? And I just went and took my time to read a whole paper, not my AI voice, but out of my own throat, right? Which I'm going to have to get some water in a few minutes. right? To give you 10 reasons why lineage-based doesn't work, and uh, scholars, thinkers, writers have already, who are working on reparations, have decided why it's problematic because they've seen the attacks. And I've also talked about counties and states that had to roll back reparations programs because of the bad language, right? And rewrite it, costing them millions more just to give something to Black people. But I have these non legal toddlers, not you, be respectful, arguing about something that's already failed, that's predictably failed. Do you know that the last reparations case, the Farmer Pellman case, right? Do you know that that got dismissed? That was our last federal reparations case for the whole of our people. Got dismissed. So what they did, not only did they dismiss it, they used case law against anything else that comes across the bow. Right? So what does Mr. Morpheus have to say? But I bet you when being viewed by other groups of people, they look at them as Black. Bet you that much. So we got a situation where other groups of people are looking at us as Black, but we are looking at our own people and separating people from Blackness based on some reparations that they, FBA people, are not equipped to argue. What did Pat Africa James say? Africans do identify as Black. Anybody telling you that is lying. In Black America, African American, they identify as Black. No, Elder Reggie, forget reparations. You said take out Black from FBA. You said forget reparations. You said take out Black from FBA. That's not going to happen. Look, um, that's just the way it is. You can keep calling yourself Christian, but know that you're a Black Christian, right? Know that you're treated separately. You could keep calling yourself FBA, but after this show, you do know that I think that you are a Black racist, right? So you can keep your Black in reparations if that's what you want as a slogan. But the minute that you start separating our people based on some white policy, which is called reparations, then you are anti-Black. But you can keep calling yourself Black, but because you don't have any case law, because it's a nothing burger, as Mr. Morpheus say, and it doesn't have any value except for on social media, it's going to go away, right? So Black is a term that we can all use, right? But the problem is the way that you're using it has no value. Keep using it, but one thing you won't do is you won't bring that S in court. You will be bringing it as cult people do to people who want to hear it, people who are angry, people who are uneducated, but you won't bring it to a place that's meaningful. So you can keep using. But I'm saying somebody who's been an activist, a Black activist, a Black nationalist, an African American, born in Newport News, Virginia, under segregated times, I do know what it means to be Black. And I know that unity is best served. Well, you may not know that. You didn't grow up on the back of the bus. You didn't do that. Huh? You didn't grow up in a community where any white man could call you boy. You didn't grow up in there. You didn't grow up in there where any white man was the police. You didn't grow, and he didn't separate any of us, no matter where we came from. You ain't grew up in it. You grew up in a society where black people sacrificed to get some semblance of better survival. And so you're part of a different type of generation that is just selfish. Not you, Nathaniel, but just selfish, not knowing your history, not knowing your great grandparents and what they went through, right? Because they were smart enough to know if you let the white man target any black person, you're next. Right? But many of you people hide behind social media, right? Fake names, because you're fake. Won't see you in anything reparations planning. Won't not you, Keeper. I mean, Nathaniel, right? Maybe a little soundbite every now and then. Maybe a show up. Maybe you get your group to come. But it's a nothing burger. Okay, so now I'm gonna play for the last part. If you want, please donate to Brother Reggie, because you know what? I'm putting my foot in that back. What's my brother has to say? I'm black biased, not a racist. I don't own anything to affect other ethnicity outcomes. That's racism. Oh, you dry snitching. FBAs are dry snitching on other black people, right? You're not just biased. You people on social media dry snitching out Africans and African Americans, but you won't dare dry snitch out the cartel, the Venezuelans, the immigrants that are involved with Latin immigrants that are involved with the cartels, right? You won't make your voices really heard. You won't get out there and say ICE needs to get them with your real name, because your whole generation will, they don't like that. But it's easy to attack black people who are going through the same thing that we did in a different time. So you don't think that you're racist. I got that. You're a respectful dude, so I'm not going to call you a name. But the FBAs are racist. Okay, so now, lights, camera, action. Now I'm going to show you how the FBAs treat me. I mean, let's go hear their arguments. So let's go hear their arguments. Okay, so here we go. Black scholars that join. Okay, so let me share my screen. So get your popcorn. Get your popcorn. It's the movies. Please pay for the movie. Right? It's going to be long. Okay, Nathaniel, I'll see you on my next show. Thanks for coming in. You're one of the few FBAs that came in. You're cool. But this burying the red, black, and green flag, I take offense to that shit. I take offense to that shit. Right? Y'all might act like you're nice people but I take because you think I'm an FBA. I'm not an FBA. I'm against you. So let's what's happening here? Oh, that's my thing. Okay, so let's I mean, listen, you could get some popcorn, get your dinner. Let's go listen. Well, let me start here. Let me go start with I'm gonna leave out some of the other stuff, make it shorter. So my brother Mike Larry called in his reserves. He called in his reserves. So he got Mr. FBA here. His name is Kennedy, but it's really Hennessy. So let's go get Hennessy on with Mike Larry.
Level, we always disagree, but we fuck each other. But I'm not gonna let you talk to my family like that. Now my people's in here.
I'm just, you know how Mike Larry, you know how we argue.
I'm not gonna let you talk to them like
Watch
that.
this. If they want to step up, if they upset and they want to step up, let them step up.
So let crazy ass Hennessy. Let me just tell what's poppin', son.
Did he donate to you?
Man, first of all, I sat back and listened to this nigga. First of all, I sat back and listened to this nigga, right? He sounds like a champion of Pan-Africanism.
Raise your cup. What you drinking?
All they do is grift. Nothing he said is positive. He's talking down on FBA because we have to distinguish ourselves from Africans.
What you drinking?
So we can get our reparations.
I ain't hearing no, I'm talking about Hennessy. I'm talking about Hennessy. What you got in that cup?
Hennessy.
Hennessy.
nigga, I got what I got in my cup.
No,
I'm on your ass right now. Because I've been sitting up listening to you talk that Pan-African bullshit. None came from it. Give up money. You ain't donated to this nigga. You ain't donated to me. You never donated to whatever cause you talking about. It's getting up, goddamn it, right? Nobody wants to read.
Watch this. I'm going to go and donate to Mike Larry right now.
You got the right one.
No,
you got the right one.
I got the money.
When we started, when we up and say FBA, that's a lineage thing. So we can get our goddamn money instead of Africa trying to tether on to us getting our reparations.
Please, Hennessy, don't be the poster boy of FBA.
No, don't be the poster boy of Pan-Africanism. Umar going down in flames. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm telling you again, just because you got a black face and wrote a book don't mean what you're saying true. I'm telling you, man. You are the problem.
Let me go get my my phone so I can.
You are the problem of the black community. Y'all talking about gangbangers. Y'all niggas worse than them. Get my book. For what?
For Mike Larry, giving you time to speak.
Mother, don't worry about what I said to him. You pocket watch.
No.
You goddamn.
I'm not pocket watching.
I'm not that nigga.
No,
okay, you're not gonna be up here. I'm just saying, Mike Larry, you don't need people like Hennessy.
Nah, that's not.
Nigga, don't nobody need nobody like you.
Oh, I'm gonna send Mike Larry $10. I'm gonna send Mike Larry $10.
Hold on. Listen at how you talk. Nothing you said is positive. You mad at FBA because we don't want to break out our reparations that's about to come to you. Tethering leeches. We have to distinguish how we go in court in order to get our money back. And now that y'all can't leech off it because we distinguished it, y'all mad. Go back home.
Hey, listen,
go back home.
I was just
you can be Pan-African or whatever, mother. And then when you ask about it, if a mother know their great-grandparents, mother, we know where we from. I'm not from no goddamn Africa. I don't know the zip code or area code. Mother, I can sit up and talk to my 80-year-old auntie and go back generations. So don't miss me with that.
Okay, so we're gonna continue on. I had to meticulously bleep out 100 times he called me an MFer, right? Now, in the beginning, I made my points about lineage-based and reparations, but now I'm getting to the point where the poster child of FBA is on. So that means they don't have no control because I guess it's a social media group. They don't have no control, but my man, Hennessy, call himself Hennessy, he becomes the poster boy of your FBA movement.
That bullshit you talking. These gonna be like, These motherfuckers got fake birth certificates. They don't know where they from. That's why they mad at us. They can't get reparations in Africa because they.
Now, he gonna spend no time attacking other immigrants, just black immigrants. He gonna spend no time. He just looking at other black people, right? Okay, my man Hennessy.
Backstabbed and sold each other from day one. So miss me with that book.
So he's not an African. No, he's not an African. He has no African descendancy, right? He's sitting on his couch, and he got his cups. He got his cups because he's drinking. But this your FBA, typical FBA.
Oh shit! I'm from Metcalf, Mississippi, residing in Houston, Texas, over 26 years, nigga. You think I don't know where I'm from? I don't want to hear that Pan-African bullshit. Y'all niggas ain't never did nothing for nobody. All y'all do is hate on people that know where they from. And you motherfuckers don't know where you from. And then when you see we about to get reparations, y'all trying to tether on to.
We about to get reparations, Hennessy?
Miss me with the bullshit. Ain't nothing came out your mouth positive about how black people made it possible for you motherfuckers to be here. Nothing. And you supposed to be a black man, nigga. You supposed to be embarrassed in yourself, nigga. What's wrong with you? Talking about FBA.
Can you pull out your phone and cash out library?
4220, mother. I'm gonna pay that shit now. That 4220, because I swear to God, you sound like that nigga, man. I swear to God, I'm gonna pay that 4220.
Notice this mother always a Umar type nigga. This nigga.
Now that's his chaser, y'all. He got his chaser up there. He got his chaser, right? On the other hand, on the thing, he got his he trying not to show it, but it came up a couple of times, right? You know, the hard stuff, right? But go ahead, but that's your chaser.
Talking that bullshit on FBA because we standing on what the fuck we stand on.
What y'all standing on?
We can talk to I can call my auntie, which is 80.
You ain't saying nothing.
And tell us about our history. You can't prove that. Are you ashamed of who you are, nigga? Nah, nigga, you done talked enough, nigga. Are you ashamed of who you are when you start talking to your kin folks?
Hey, Mike Larry, I just sent you $10.
Right, thank you, brother.
No,
okay,
I don't give a fuck about that $10.
Hey, Mike Larry. Now,
nigga, I don't give a fuck about that $10.
And I can give you $10 tomorrow. But you want to talk to him.
No, nigga, I'm talking to you. Are you ashamed of your
and he ain't supporting you. And I disagree with you.
Look, you don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. You fucking watching immigrant motherfucker. You ashamed of your lineage.
You're messing up his channel. You're messing up his channel. You messing up his channel, nigga. Badass language.
You think because you sent them $10, you doing something, nigga? I'm asking you where you.
Right.
I'm asking this nigga where you from.
He's gonna say he's Charleston, South Carolina, right?
So of course they're gonna say, of course they're gonna say the usual tether shit, cause he knows his background. He's ashamed of it. Motherfucker, I'm from Metcalf, Mississippi. I can talk to my kin folks and know where the fuck I'm from. Why the fuck y'all always talk the usual suspect? I'm from Carolina. I'm from the FBA's. I know it's on that Pan-African shit.
Hold on.
Is this your poster boy right here?
Nah. Hold on.
Nigga, you don't want to do lineage talk with me, dog. I guarantee you. I'm talking to this nigga.
You're slurring.
He's ashamed of himself and his family and his lineage. That's why you got all that hate for FBA, dog.
Hold that thought, Tennessee, because in a way, it seemed like he has a point there. You have a lot of heat for people that
I'm talking about, nigga. You are ashamed of your lineage.
Well, absolutely not, because the difference between me is that
what is your lineage, nigga? What is your lineage? You're ashamed of it.
No, I'm Black American.
Because you never heard a Jamaican say they African or vice versa.
You stop them from talking.
As an African ever called themselves Jamaican? But you mad at FBA.
Yeah, you look like you from the Caribbean.
You got a lot of heat off that couch, like he said. You got a lot of heat off that couch.
Now, hold on, Kennedy. I got you. Go ahead, Reggie, because what? How can you distinguish yourself from the other people? Answer that first. How can Black Americans descriptively distinguish themselves from other people without them being attached to it or think they have any claims to it? Answer that first. Don't give me all that extra shit. Answer that first for me, please. Thank you.
The way we have we can distinguish ourselves is reading the history of our people and what we called ourselves through the many periods. And so when you go into history, you do not see no damn name called FBA. You see all
you don't see Black Americans either. You see African Americans.
You see all of the different labels.
You are a hater, son. I'm really understanding that now.
You see all of the different labels, and in those labels, you can actually see where we were in that period of time and what we did. When I say that I am a Black American, that is one of the latest labels that we've had, right? And in that, you can see our achievements in the civil rights movement, and you can see us fighting New Jim Crow. You can see us building institutions, right? You can see the best of our efforts, right, in this period of America where we were builders. This is after the take this nigga.
No. Let him go. I know what he's doing, but because he feel like he's the scholar and he's better than everybody because he wrote books and he been around the greats, real big headed.
Fuck this book.
No, I know. Please make it plain and simple and really speak eloquently, intellectually, so us dummies can get it. Go right ahead. You got 3 minutes of no interruption. I'm muting. Go right ahead, sir.
The labels talk about periods of our development or existence in America. The first label is when we were called niggas, right? That was in slavery, right? The label Negroes is moving into the period out of slavery, right? We still had no power. We had no real agency, right? So then we get into this period of Booker T. Washington. And so then what we do is we embrace the word Negro, but we quietly build institutions during the time of Booker T. Washington, right? And then we get into other periods really after that, into the later 1900s. You hear terms like the Moors, right? Moors. So then we are into a period of self-agency, right? Then we get into the Nation of Islam period. Well, there's a Garvey period, but I don't want to talk about that. The Nation of Islam period, where we're the Black man, right? Then and so now we have much more agency. Then we get into the business where we have broken the back of civil rights, and then we become Black American. And then we get into another period where we call ourselves African American because we see ourselves as an extension of connecting ourselves. We're smart enough to see that we actually come from Africa. We see the possibility of connecting with resources, right? So in those periods, many of those periods were our greatest building potential. Now we have, along with FBAs, we have ADOs, whatever that is. Then we have Aboriginals, right? Whatever that is. We have Flat Earthers. So we have, what we have right now is a lot of division and no unity, and a lot of disrespect from those, a lot of disrespect of those previous periods where we did the most building. So I just want to make you conscious of that with labels. Now, for you are competing against right now. Yes, you're competing against those other terms, African American, Black American, where we had lots of achievements, right? Some of our greatest achievements. But you're also competing as the FBA with ADOS, and you're competing with flat earthers and aboriginals and sovereign citizens and other groups, right? Now the problem is we have to get into the building, right? The building. And so then we have to plan. So I'm always interested in an FBA who can articulate a plan for our people besides the label. And I'll stop.
Go ahead, Kennedy. You gotta unmute yourself, brother.
Yeah, take another sip.
Hey, look. That's the shit I'm talking about. Because when he started using words like articulate, acting like he's stupid, but he acting like the dumbass shit he's saying is smart. That's irritatingly ignorant. Do you understand that? Those were two words together that you should be able to understand. You irritatingly ignorant. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You understand shit like you want to understand it, and you want to understand it. Nigga, you have to be the dumbest motherfucker. There's nothing good about what is your problem with education? You have none.
No, I have it.
Fuck your book.
I have it.
Fuck your book. Anybody can read a book. It's what they get from it.
Yeah, I have
nobody gonna read your goddamn book and you talking this ignorant.
They do.
And when they read your book and actually hear how the fuck you talking, they're gonna disown you, nigga. You are disowning FBA because we're trying to get away from the bullshit. It's like when you were in court, we're FBA.
Some people are really stupid.
No, dog. Hey, dog. I'm gonna talk to this nigga.
I didn't bring him up here. I didn't bring him up here for you.
I'm talking to him.
Anybody on this panel right now?
Hey, dog. He's actually black. He's actually blackface on KKK mostly.
Will you invite me on again, Mike Larry? Can I come on again? It's getting
Yeah. I'm leaving for the weekend though.
He's had nothing to say about.
Most likely next week, because I'm leaving for the weekend. I ain't gonna be home. I'm out of here. I'm leaving tonight. So next week I'll be on. So I'm
have a safe trip though, Mike.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he'll have a safer trip.
Hey Mike, hey man.
I damn sure will.
Yeah, everybody donate Mike to go on stage.
You won't pay.
He's trying to cut your money, Mike.
This nigga here is I give my check to my wife.
I'm not worried about that, man. I got other shit that I'm paying about.
Hey Mike, you got I ain't got to leave your email so I can hit you up. But this nigga right here, he's black KKK. And you hear how he talk. He has nothing good to say about FBA. And he's not
I you showed your true colors tonight, brother.
I don't, but you already knew that from the beginning. So you already knew that.
I know it was that deep though. It's like you have.
You ain't did.
But the examples that you just try to say about the different eras of what they was doing at that time, that fell flat. That was not like some. You dropped a jewel. That was you threw a mud pile or something. It didn't hold any weight.
He just hate black people.
That's how you analyze. That's how you analyze movement.
That was deep, and it wasn't deep at all.
Well, no, it was real deep.
I don't understand.
It was real deep because that's how you.
That's not deep. What's deep is how you not understanding how FBA are trying to distinguish themselves.
That's how you analyze movements and where they come from.
You understand what FBA means?
And negative.
FBA means when we go in the court, we get reparations, and
it's almost like white people. I like especially online now, I don't argue with them because I know the mindset that they innately have. So I don't put that much effort into going back and forth. So I'm starting to feel that way now because you're not going to change your mind. So I'm not.
Well, this is an educational platform. So all I was doing and you was doing, right, was trying to find out where things come from. Why do things change? So in this particular area, because of the
why do you mad at Jamaicans and Haitians calling themselves Jamaicans and Haitians, but you're mad at
because of the immigration and largely
they distinguish
black immigrants that are hurting us. It's the Venezuelan and the South American immigrants that are helping us or hurting us, right? And that
so when everybody else do it, it's okay.
What we do is
everybody else do it, it's okay.
We pay attention to our.
Why are Mexicans not calling out Lubac?
But we don't pay attention to the people that's really the threats, because when the Cubans got to Florida, right? What they did.
The threat is a nigga like you.
What the Cubans did was isolate themselves and bond with the white folks, right? What the Dominicans have done, and if you go, I know you know.
The threat is a nigga like you,
right? I know you know all
that. Talking about when
what they do is they organize for themselves, right? So the problem is us. We got to get in productive mode where we.
You're not mad at them, but you're mad at FBA. Why are you mad at foundational Black America?
Last question. Hold on, Kenneth. Last question, and then I'm definitely getting out of here. And I'm getting hungry too. Last question. Which? Damn, I don't know if this is a two-part question, but Mexicans, Jamaicans, sum them all up. Caribbeans. That's.
Okay, Wild Dog is back. Reg, you're wrong. Wild Dog. What am I wrong about? What am I wrong? Okay, so now I got to open up the chat. So now I got to open up the chat. So give me a second. I'm going to invite them in. Should have did this earlier. Here you go. Okay, there it goes. Okay. So while I get my first contestant in, hopefully it's Wild Dog. I'll keep playing. But peace to you, Wild Dog.
With Hispanics, they all.
If you're talking about the Latinos and the Cubans instantly alienated themselves, even though they have a large amount of African DNA from their culture. But those particular Cubans came here and they separated themselves and connected to the white communities. They didn't embrace the black communities. So I'm not wrong about that. You can go on videos there. There's lots of videos about why Cubans hate. Okay. Wild Dog, I got you. So, but I want to see what I'm wrong about, right? I'm wrong about the Cubans. I'm wrong about the Dominicans, but I know why they don't want to talk about the Cubans, and I know why they don't want to talk about the Dominicans, because when the Dominicans and the Cubans come on, right? They ain't got nothing for them, right? And then the Cubans and the Mexicans and the Dominicans, first thing they trying to do is try to figure out who your real name is, so they can see you, right? But it's easy to talk about black people, right? So Bell says scared dog, right? I don't know any African communities that socialize with us. They are distant, avoiding as Chinese. Okay. All right. Um, uh, First of all, they're in our schools. First of all, they emulate our culture. Uh, um, they feel what we feel in their second generation. They instantly become like us. You can't distinguish an African, a Haitian, from us, except for if they still have an accent. And they join our movements. They were always in some of our key movements. They were in the Marcus Garvey movement. They was in the Nation of Islam. They were in um, uh, many of our Pan African movements. Uh, they involved themselves in our civil rights movement. Uh, um, so they have uh, joined our movement. It is now us that are for some fake reparations that are trying to delineate or separate ourselves from other Black people, right? And there are always going to be some small issues, but that has nothing to do with what the oppressor is doing to us. But I was talking about the Cubans and Dominicans and the Mexicans. Part two, we had talked about block by block, right? Mexicans are moving Black folks out in prisons. Prison gangs are largely Latino in Southwest uh, America, right? Um, we got hardly any. How can I say we still got some survival there, but they're overrunning us as their prison population grows. They stick together, right? Latinos, they have some infighting when they have personal issues between each other. But the issue that these FBAs are talking about is about some reparations that they're trying to hold as if we are preventing them from getting it, and that Black people, Africans from the Caribbean and from Africa, uh, uh, they shouldn't get it. They they shouldn't get reparations. Now, I say that it should be harm based. Uh, Reparations should be harm based, and I think that it's best for us to understand the harm so that we can articulate it, right? Rather than just race. I mean, should a Black Christian family who held slaves, right, in Black America, right? Oh, they're going to get reparations, but they're foundational Black Americans, right? That you call them, right? So there is problems within our own groups. Uh, People in our streets that kill other Black people, they're going to get reparations. People that sell drugs, they might be foundational Black Americans. They're gonna get reparations. Your but the Africans and the Haitians and the other African Caribbean immigrants, Jamaicans, right? Um, the thing about it is, it should be harm based. It should not be. It should not be us trying to separate it ourselves. It's a non-issue. It's a waste of time. So it's a better model to use. What's well, dog got to say now? What I mean is that in everyday life, you see our Caribbean brothers, basketball opens gyms, bars, cookouts. We don't see Africans at all. They avoid us like a plague. It depends on where you are. The fact of the matter is that the African populations are very small. In many places, you can't see them. You can see them in New York, but in some places, they don't go to. Right? And then when they go to, they blend in. So you don't know if they are there or not, because when their children enter school, they look like us. What do you mean they don't? They're in our communities, for the communities that they are. What's James got to say? Funny you should mention the Chinese. They just made a huge trade deal with Burkina Faso. Yeah, they did. Right? Because they see the value of Africans and they see the value of trade. But these dumb FBA people don't see the value of how we need to organize our majority cities that as a structure, the government, to do business with Africa for raw materials that we need, right? Instead of buying it from the middleman, right? So I don't get this. But let me listen to the poster boy. Please keep commenting.
And Africans, do they have the right to be labeled or have that descriptive term, African American?
Elon Musk is an African American. You don't say shit about him. What are you gonna say about Elon Musk? He's African American. He's from Africa. He's in America. Labels don't mean shit, Mike Larry.
I don't know if I'm asking the right question.
You are asking the right question.
I'm kind of tired now. Like my brain is.
No, you are asking the right question. The problem is that, of course, we're not doing the labeling. United States is doing the labeling for its purposes. But because they see us all as one group. They see us all as one group, and they see the other groups as other groups. And their job is to play groups against each other. And so the problem is no matter.
Oh, we're not all dumb, but I got them on a big screen. I want to hear some arguments. So, what are your arguments? What do you benefit? What are you benefiting from the separating yourself from other Black people? What do you benefit from it? That's my question. What's the benefit?
What? The Dominicans, the Mexicans, the Venezuelans, they have a better group mentality than we do.
That's true. That's true.
So our situation is we unfortunately have to stop in our inner city, stop praying against.
First of all, it ain't ours.
No. Hold on. I got you, son. Go ahead. No, Reg.
So no matter what, we have to create a group mentality, but not just a label, but with active sacrifice and work. And so it has to be something like when I see influencers like you, Mike Larry, who are FBA, right? I mean, to test it, I would see how this group, right, supports someone who is pushing their information, a street soldier, right? And building with it and coming on your platform and how can I say, and clicking the link to come on and talk, right? Instead of just listening to you, but actually supporting you. Other groups of people, what they do is they support Christians, Black Christians, they support their pastors, not with their feelings, but with their money, right? Jews support Jews, right? So all I am just trying to say is that this is a test case to see if in fact you're right, but while we are being divisive, the other groups, they're bonding. So with that said, please invite me on again.
All right. Hold on.
Okay, so Reggie, you come across like you hate us so much as Americans, but you more respect for foreigners that are African. Seems like you worship them as the real Africans. No, what I'm saying is that hating on Africans and Africans from the Caribbean or Black people from the Caribbean don't move the needle. It's inconsequential, right? But if you want to talk about those other populations like the Cubans, the Mexicans, the Dominicans, right, the Venezuelans, and other South Americans, you ain't gonna talk about them, right? You ain't gonna talk about them. My problem is you're selective in who you talk about, right? Because most of you are cowards. Because you already know Big Hefty hear you and you making noise. And all this is really dry snitching to the American authorities to get the Haitians out and Africans out and everybody else. But you want to mention them, but you're not mentioning the other groups that's out, right? Because you know if Big Hefty hear you, you and your whole family's gone. Your family first in front of your eyes, right? But so you pick and choose your own that are weak. That's our problem. We sell drugs to our people. We pimp our women, right? We do nothing about the crime that we can, right? in our own black communities, we stop doing the work, but we become more criticizers. So talk about the Africans and the African Caribbeans is inconsequential when the FBA goal is to get reparations, but they're not the people that can write anything that reparations can use. That's my point. My point is it's all inconsequential, but they keep running their mouths about separating black people when we need all hands on deck. We've always needed all hands on deck, and in African, the African American population, Black American, or even the funky FBA groups. You are descendants of Africa. You came from Africa, but you don't want to mention African, right? That's why it's foundational Black Americans. But then when you use the word black, you separate out black people, right? There's no argument that you can give me for what is really happening with poster boy Hennessy. And then soon in a few minutes, my bro, Mike Larry, even though I'm only talking unity, he gonna kick me off because he wants me to talk about black people, right? And separate ourselves. And I'm not gonna do that. So he's gonna get tired of that and he gonna kick me off, my brother Mike Larry. But Hennessy now is the most unintelligible, uneducated, right? Drinker, but he's an FBA poster boy today. And I'm saying you can see where this is going when anybody can put on the banner of the FBA and have really nothing to offer.
Hold on, because all right, but
I gotta stop here.
Other, but planning
wait. I knew this was gonna come out. This is Reggie. No, where's this right here? Did you at least admit that they sold us? So you're separating them from us. You see what you're doing? Now you're going into history. We are those people. Whether we sold us to the Europeans, but if you know history, many of those same people wound up on a goddamn slave ship. Those people are us with our lack of big thinking that we inherit from that period, right? And if you're smart, you would know that before the transatlantic slave trade, right, there was the trans-Saharan slave trade. So the conditioning was there, and it was based on religion then. Then it became that the fact of the matter is disputes between Africans exacerbated the situation. And so the Europeans were smart. They waited. They said, well, we'll take your captives, right? We'll take your captives, but give us guns to help because we got some problems. So they gave them guns. They gave them liquor. They made a mistake, right? But soon they themselves wound up on the damn slave ship, right? So, but you're not arguing who bought us. You're not arguing who bought us. You're not, you see, now, Wild Dog, now you're messing up. You're supposed to be in your bed. You got to wake up in the morning so that you said, now, so you don't want to talk about the oppressor and his big picture and using black folks to separate black folks. You don't want to talk about them. You want to talk about, yes, okay, we made some mistakes, but we are those people that made those mistakes. But then in Black America, we learned to survive together. But you don't want to see that. You don't want to see the Garvey movement. You don't want to see any of our major movements where we included people, right? Because we thought that strength was better. So your analysis is that's why I have to stop and deal with your analysis. You're not a historian. You don't know nothing about history. What Africans sold what Africans to slavery, and why did they sell them to slavery, right? So I bet you your nugget, your mind, right, can't crank out that because you don't know enough about that. But you don't know, and you don't know enough about the Europeans, but you give them a pass. And they benefit What you say? You talking? I want to talk about the buyer and the seller. They did a business deal. You think it was business? You think it was business? You think that the Africans really got something out of the sale? You think the Native Americans who they said sold Mahan for trinkets got something out the deal? You missed me with that BS. What's this? I do see the Garvey movement and other movements. So if you saw the Garvey movement and other movements, you knew that you should know that people in the Garvey movement, many of them, their parents and grandparents were enslaved, were enslaved Africans. Do you know that? And they wanted to get home, so they joined the Garvey movement. They wanted to get out of America. That's the whole purpose of the Garvey movement, to get out of America and get back home for those people. Right? For some of the recent descendants, you know, slavery stopped in the United States? No, you don't. You don't. You don't know that Africans, there was the legal slave trade, and then there was the illegal slave trade. Right? You don't know nothing about the Gulf River, you don't know nothing about the Missouri River, where Africans was continuously coming in, so much so that they banned all immigration or migration of Africans. Do you know that there were still people enslaved in the United States up until the 1910s? Do you know that? In the backwoods? Right? Do you know that Africans were continuously coming in and being enslaved to become us many years later? Like, you gotta miss me with that. Do you know that when that many Africans, instead of coming to the United States, they were in South America and Brazil, right, and in the Caribbean, and being snuck in through many times up until the Union forces could brigade and stop it? Do you know how lucrative slavery was? You think the white man stopped? Like, the problem with you people is that you don't do history. You might be good at day trading, and that's good, and that's that's wild, right? You may be good at that. You ain't good at history. And then there's different type of slaveries. There's do you know what sharecropping is? You know sharecropping is a form of slavery? When did sharecropping end? My daddy was a sharecropper, right? My daddy was born in 1937. He's a sharecropper. If he had moved to Virginia from North Carolina, if he was 15x on the farm, or 15, I would have been 15 1.5. Right? So I was born in 1965, and my daddy was a sharecropper. My daddy's daddy was a sharecropper. My daddy's father's mother was a sharecropper, right? In North Carolina, right? I come from sharecroppers. You know sharecropper is slavery? What you do with your arguments have nothing to do with getting us reparations. Your arguments are really trying to separate people based on some imaginary reparations that you don't know how to get. Right? Harm-based means that people will get reparations based on group harm and sometimes individual harm. That's what this show is about. The show is not about picking fights with different groups. I only mention the Dominicans, the Mexicans, the Venezuelans because they have a better group mentality. We're not taking we're not losing jobs to them. They're in a position to create jobs and hire their own. That's what they're doing, right? We should be worrying about fixing our problems in our inner cities and stopping not just the Black against African or Haitians or Jamaicans, right? We got to deal with the Black against Black. But you ain't got no answer for that, right? So I don't know. You're gonna wake up to GPT, USD, or when the European market opens up and stuff, you want to get a good night's rest for Euro USD, right? Or you want to deal with the Chinese market tonight, right? That's going on. Hey, yo, focus on that. Yo, leave history to people, leave policy to people that can best do it. Because guess what? All of your arguments are conclusory and distractions and lead nowhere. Get back to Hennessy. What's James Modest saying? All of us were enslaved. All of those European slavers. It could be your blood relative in the Caribbean and the rest in the Americas. The FBA stupidly delineates themselves from the whole. It's stupid. It's not meaningful, James. Like, does it matter where the slave ship dropped you off? Right? I mean, really. I mean, look at some of our best works from Dr. John Henry Clarke and others. Like, that's a problem with black unity. But it also creates black on black crime. Okay, so now you want to talk about factors Muslims sold us to Christians, brokered Jews. Okay. Some African Muslims, Berbers and others, right? Sold us to Christian, right? Those Berber Jews were pretty much enslaved and by the Arabs, and so they had to do the work for the Arabs. Fine, that's a major part of the slave trade, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about your hate for people that look like you. What else you talking about? Do you really look into the revolution of 1804? What does that have to do with this topic? Right? What does this have to do with this topic at all? Right? I mean, what revolution are you talking about? You're talking about the Haitian Revolution, about that time period? You're talking about what's happening in America, right? What are you talking about? What does that got to do with the tea in China? Brother Reggie, Alfred Irving is a case of slavery in 1942 Texas. Thank you so much, Visa. Right? So they were still bringing in Africans in, and slavery was still going on, and black people were largely unified against slavery as black people, all types of black people. What these FBA people doing is that they are trying to create a new history, but they don't have the skills to do it, right? So they want to throw out black unity with all Africans, all black folks, right, for a welfare check. What's going on? He is considered the last black man freed from slavery in the United States, right? So the question on slavery is certainly that's harm. So his family, knowing this, they can make a case for reparations, right? Because they know of their ancestor that was enslaved and how it affected them, right? And so we can say harm, not necessarily slavery. Wild dog, you still up? You said Haitian Revolution. I thought we were all the same. How come you didn't call it the African Revolution? Because silly. Now you're silly. Because the Haitian Revolution happened in Haiti, silly. No, I'm not dividing. The Haitian Revolution happened in Haiti. It did not happen in America. I'm talking about your hate for Africans and Caribbeans in America. Look, go to sleep, right? Please go to sleep.
So
that's correct.
Right. We have a fight with ourselves as well. That's why this is a paradigm shift. And everything's not going to happen overnight. I got faith in my people. If you lost faith in our people, that's on you. But that's rhetorical. All right. Those are bars.
That wasn't bars, Michael Larry. I haven't lost faith in my people, right? A 60-year-old man, I'm trying to educate my people, right? It's called community education because I have good education. That's not bars, right? The fact of the matter is your basis for separating people. You have no basis when you look at the big picture, Mike Larry. That's bars.
But they get in spaces, and you still didn't answer the question. That's number one.
Yeah.
But I know you didn't. But they are in. They first of all, they're getting help by the government. We are literally being forgotten about. These other groups that sticks together, classified.
They're getting help by the government, right? Black people. What? Who's getting? How they get help by the government? I don't understand. What do you mean? Uh, the government wants to oppress us, so they will fund people like the FBA, right? They reward them because they're doing the job of black separation, so they can oppress us more because they don't think that FBA don't think that when they get rid of them, they're not going to get rid of our activists and other people. You only see yourselves, so you will throw out your own people, thinking that you're safe, right? You don't think when they stop that car, right? You don't think when they stop that car, they're going to separate the African from you if they're in that car, right? You don't think when they have a stop and they checking cars, right? And it's just you and your family. You don't think that you're going to be questioned. You don't think that you're going to be stopped, right? What are you going to do? Point? No, don't get me. Get them over there. Let me go. You think that that's how it works, Mike Larry? You really think that that's how it works in America? Okay.
Themselves as whites, they literally does. So they have a mindset. Africans actually classify themselves as white.
What is this going on? What's proper perspective saying? It's not that the Africans avoid as our social spaces evolve differently, intelligent. They are at soccer events and we be at football, basketball. It's cultural distance. That's all it is. I mean, what do you want to do? You want them to hold hands with you, right? Wild dog. I mean, they trying to put food on their plates just like we are. Why don't you concentrate on putting food on your plate, right? I mean, catch a long trade, right? Or put trade in your favor. Like, what do you want? What do you want them to do? Bow down to us? I don't get your. I know I'm wasting the people's time going back and forth with this. Let me end when he kicks me off. Oh, for no reason whatsoever, he gonna kick me off.
Okay, that and a lot of others, Kumas and a third. But the point is, they work together, but most definitely against us. So
okay, how they Mike Larry, how are they working against us, Mike Larry? We're all competing for jobs, right? Many of the jobs are from the European. They send their school. They make sure that their children, right? Not all of them, but they make sure that their children, right? How can I say? Get great grades in education. They motivate their children to jobs, right? But ultimately, the person who's hiring the jobs are the European, right? Now, other groups of people, they hire their own. The problem with the black on black hate in our community is that we found ways to exploit our own. Who's coming on? I got people coming on. I didn't even know. So I got Jose Francis coming on. Oh, Jose Francis, man, you happen to be from the Caribbean, so they want you to come on. So, Jose, my brother, what's going on?
Now, the fact that I live in Trinidad, I'm not actually from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, actually,
Oh yeah,
which is
but you're
probably a
still from the
slightly different.
Caribbean. You're the person that they hate.
Yeah. What? No, because I'm actually technically I am an FBA and a tether. Now I want them to reconcile that
You're an
because
FBA and a tether.
I was born in America, but my parents are not American. So I don't know how they reconcile that if they're gonna try and say tethers are people who come from somewhere else, but
You're an
FBA are
immigrant.
people who are born there. How can I be immigrant and my birth certificate is an American birth certificate? I don't understand
Your
that.
parents are.
Okay, that don't make no sense,
See,
Reggie.
oh, it does. You come from an immigrant family. They hate that. They don't care that you are an American citizen. You trying to from well, we come from immigrant family. You trying to take their jobs, but you move
Okay.
back.
Now, let me ask you a question, Reggie. You looking at Hennessy? Hennessy look like he have any sense to have any job anywhere, or he look like a bottle of
Oh no,
Hennessy?
no. People in the South, they look like that. They can wake up in the morning, take a shower, and there's all type of jobs for Hennessy. There's all
Wow.
he could be driving a truck, he could drive an Uber, and he could.
Well, I hope not.
I mean, why not? Those are jobs. Shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, but you have to. Yeah, but he's not representing anything properly. These are not people who should be representing any organization. At
well,
least
with a
not what
suit
I'm
and
part of.
tie,
I don't want them kind of thing.
Hennessy could be a car salesman. Hennessy could be anything. So I don't look at a person because I don't know. I'm listening to what he say. I don't know what he do for a living. He could be retired. Huh? I mean, he could have worked in a
Right.
hospital. I don't judge people. He in
But
a t-shirt.
no, it's
Hennessy
not the way
just
he looks. It's not the way he looks, Reggie. It's his ignorant attitude. It has nothing to do with the way he looks. That's not what I'm saying.
right, but I
He's
don't
not
know. I
representing.
don't know what he does for a living, Jose. I don't know what. I'm not gonna judge him
Okay,
on
that's
that.
fair
I'm
enough.
just looking on
That's
his
fair
what
enough.
he's
That's fair
saying
enough.
about,
That's fair enough.
huh?
That's fair enough. Let's
Otherwise,
hope
I'm
his
doing
boss
what they
doesn't see
want,
this tape.
huh?
Let's hope his boss doesn't see this tape, though. I said, let's hope
No,
his
he's
boss
drinking.
doesn't see this tape.
He's drinking. It's on the weekend. He's drinking. So
Wow.
I'm not judging him. He got a fresh haircut. So that means he got look, haircuts cost $30 these days. He got a fresh haircut and he's in his he's relaxing. I'm just judging him what he got to say, right? And the points that he's making. I'm not gonna judge him further than that. That's not what I'm gonna do, right?
Yeah, but he
I'm
didn't
not
make
gonna
any
judge.
points, though. He didn't. But he didn't make any points.
No, he didn't make
You
any
were.
points. Neither did Mike Larry. So Mike Larry getting ready to throw me off. So let him throw me off.
Why
Wow.
should we not distance or gatekeep our lineage against people who was brought in?
Because lineage doesn't do anything in court, Mike Larry. You don't get that? Lineage doesn't do anything in court. It's not going to do anything for reparations. It's a dead end street. So why are you trying to protect something that don't work? It don't work.
Care of the sweat of our backs to literally be pushed in front of us.
So you want the criminal to give you what he sees fits,
to undermine us.
and they're undermining us. How, Mike Larry?
And I land my plane. And this is why we literally, gatekeep and made sure that we relabeled ourselves, because I feel like in 1988,
Labels don't work, Mike Larry. Plausibility does.
being classified as African American had a whole deeper meaning than we already thought. You understand what I'm saying? In hindsight, this was African American was built for this moment now, to me. So other people could literally benefit from it, just like the DEI, even though it's kind of destroyed now, they hired all of other people of color.
So now you get into Republican talking points, Mike Larry. You get into other people's talking points. But you can't assess your own. Go ahead, Mike Larry.
And mostly those Nigerians and those Caribbeans that identify themselves as Black American or African American to literally be chosen first because of their mindset. They see no alliance with us.
So they're chosen first by who? Mike Larry.
So a lot of this stuff was playing against us. So why would we keep that label where they can infiltrate it and literally cosplay as us legally with that term African American and get the benefits that we.
What benefits are they getting, Mike Larry? And who's getting the most benefits, like Mike Larry? White Americans get the most benefits. Then now outside that, the Latin Americans, they get the most benefits. So you find over crumbs, Mike Larry. Right? Because you're not quantifying what white America gets as far as welfare, right? Subsidies. You're not quantifying what Latinos get over subsidies. You worrying about the little crumbs that the 4 million Africans, who recently came here get, and the Caribbean people. Come on, Mike Larry.
Those are one of the main key ingredients of why we relabel ourselves, and it seemed like that you overlook that. You don't even look at that.
Because it don't matter. Because it's a non-issue, Mike Larry. Because I'm smarter than that.
You look at that we not together, or we haven't built anything yet, or whatever the case may be.
No, we have built as a group. All hands on deck, Mike Larry, since we got here when we were Africans. And then we transformed into we got the American beat into us, Mike Larry. I'm looking at it. I'm just listening to you.
The legalities of why in a lineage-based and politically, economically.
Because lineage-based don't work.
And you're supposed to be this economic fucking strategist.
Better than most.
So that's why we feel like you a real fucking hater, and I feel that way too. But go ahead, Rick.
You feel that I'm a hater because I don't want to go your way. So where does he kick me off? Let me see where he kicks me off. Okay, he kicks me off here. So here we go.
Another question.
Who you spend too much time attacking?
How is we attacking by telling our people to make sure we identify who's who? What?
Who's who? We identify who's who. What do you? So okay, but are you identifying the drug dealers? Are you identifying the rapists? Are you identifying the other problems that we have in the Black community among ourselves? You wanted me to just identify the Africans who recently got here and the Caribbeans. You want me to identify them as if that's going to fix our problems, Mike Larry. Let me hear.
You got to teach and put people on game.
Okay, put people on game. Okay, that's a street word. Okay. Okay, that's what it is, a game. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
No. You haven't said now one thing about the other fucking immigrants who are literally using their political power to undermine the people. Why you not talking about?
He only want me to talk about the Black immigrants. He anything else about the other groups of people and how they group. I talked about that, but he wants to center it around people that look like themselves. Okay, he's getting mad at me.
Quietly. They're doing it quietly. They're doing it quietly.
It doesn't matter if it's quietly or fucking out loud.
If you walk down 207th.
I love you, Becky. I love you. We're going to do it again, but not right now. My spirit just killed me.
Spirit got him. The black hating black spirit. Okay, what else?
Get them. I love you, Reggie, but nah, you had to go. Close out, Hennessy. I'm ready to.
Okay, I can't let Hennessy close out. So stop sharing. Let me see if Jose's back on. Yeah. So all he wanted me to do was attack black folks. So I'm not going to do that. He was the one who made the coffin with the red, black, and green and said Pan-Africanism is dead. So he buried. Uh, he made an image burying black people who are which he believes is foundational Black Americans, but he reclassified them, right? And he's going to bury them. So he's going to bury Malcolm, Garvey.
Wow.
He's going to bury
That's
Booker T.
crazy,
Washington.
right? That's crazy.
He's going to bury all of the Black nationalists. He's going to bury all of them for the purposes of FBA. So that's what he's going to do. So, but he wants me to ride with that, and I'm just trying to say, show me the facts. Show me the facts. So there's going to be a part 2. Oh, let me just show you this while he's there. So now I guess he got a kite. Watch this. He got a kite, or some woman that he's dealing with. Some woman that he is dealing with, or somebody called them up on the phone. So let me go to his channel and watch this. Watch this. Now, mind you, kick me off, right? All and listen, my Cash App does work. If you can buy me breakfast tomorrow, I appreciate that. Because I'm going hard on these people. I want to. I show plans. I show papers. I show resources. I show arguments. Right. I do the work. Right. Where's he at? 1 second. Live. I think it's under his live. Now, here he goes.
Wait, man, because I've been thinking. So let me just.
Okay, so now watch Mike Larry now. Watch this, y'all. Right. Share screen. Watch this, Jose. Watch this, people. Quick message. Allow. I know La went to sleep on this, but watch this. So he does. Watch this. A quick message for the immigrants. Right? Watch this.
For some of y'all to get on here, I know y'all up. The no sleep gang, man. I'm gonna make this a real quick live. Wait for some of y'all to come in.
Okay, let's wait.
And
okay.
And I have to be a realist about certain things. Now, how I feel about tethers and all that stuff, I mean it. And you know, there's a lot of Africans that literally feel the way they feel about us, about my people and things of that nature. And everything that I say and how I feel, I mean it. But the thing I think I need to put more emphasis on is that I know there's some good Africans out there. I really want to just get.
Mike Larry got a call. What y'all think about that? Mike Larry got a call, right? Look at that. Mike Larry got a call, right? Now, if he would have went hard on the Dominicans, the Cubans, the Mexicans, the Venezuelans, them other groups, he would have gotten a little bit more than a call, right? Okay, let's see what Mike Larry got to say. James, this is funny as hell, right?
My chest, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I don't mean that everybody is like that. Everybody is against Black Americans. That everybody is disrespectful. Like there's no good ones out there. And I'm not just talking about Africans. I'm talking about all immigrants. So I'm not saying good morning, and I'm not just saying every last one of them. So I just want to make this clear. You know, I'm still standing on my square, but I have love for people that's not FBAs. I do. There's a lot of people that I know. I'm not gonna get into all of that, but I just want to make it clear because I don't want to. It's I hate because I might choose the wrong words, but it's not run people away. I really don't really care, but I don't want it to be like I'm to be labeled as somebody that hate all Africans, that hate all immigrants and stuff like that. Because
see, this is why Mike Larry, my dude. See, Mike Larry, my dude, right? At some point, he got to be sensible. What else? I'm gonna skip through this, see what else he got to say. I'm not gonna ever clown my brother Mike Larry or Access Media because he a smart dude, but he know he was going a little bit too far.
Be cool. That's really cool. You know what I'm saying? There's some really cool Jamaican people I know. There's some really cool Honduran people that I know. You know what I mean? I just finished speaking to my boy Tulio like a week and a half ago. I was just calling random people. You know what I mean? Like there's cool people that I love, and I tell Tulio, we tell each other, I love you all the time. So I just.
Okay, what else he's saying?
Have you ever tasted penguin?
Okay, so let me let this play out. Sorry about this, but ads is important, and he's monetized. So, okay, skip it. What are you saying, Mike Larry? Okay, so
Online, a lot of people be saying that shit, and I just don't want to come across as if everybody that I encountered or whatever that I'm talking about you or I don't got love for you and things in that position to to sabotage any kind of plight that we have going on or whatever the case may be. Just immigrants that look down on our history. I'm just this hateful dude because I'm not live.
okay, that's enough of Mike Larry. Mike Larry, a reasonable dude. And when it go too far, luckily, maybe somebody called them up and said, "Yo, Mike Larry, I know that about you. I know you felt that way about it. Some woman that he was with, like you disappointed me, or Mike Larry just had a good night's rest and said, you know what, like I gotta be more responsible." And that's why I mess with Mike Larry. So you should subscribe. It's all viral. Access Media. That's his webpage. Because Mike Larry did something that other people don't do, right? Other FBAs don't do. He didn't backtrack. He doesn't like people calling Black Americans names and things like that. He don't like that. And it does happen with every group. That's just regular human beings. But Mike Larry did something that I respect. Mike Larry said, you know what? Check this out. And what he get? He got 1,700 views from that. Right? So he backed up on the all. And that you got to respect Mike Larry for, even though I didn't say anything hateful about any I'm not listening to that FBA BS. I'm not listening to that shit. It don't make no sense. It don't work in law. I showed you why it don't work in law. Like I'm not doing that, right? I don't hate them, right? I just think that they law toddlers, right? I don't hate them, but Mike Larry, he got caught up with that, and as a man, I gotta respect Mike Larry. I gotta respect Mike Larry, but Hennessy and people like him, right? So I want the people who really go hard, and I want to hear that platform. So I'm getting ready to close out. So Jose, what's going on, man? Give me your comments and
I have a debate coming up, right, Reggie?
yeah, you're gonna debate logic or something?
Yeah, supposed to, the 27th of August.
Okay, that's when?
27th of August.
Oh, that's far away. So that's too far away from me. I can't think this far late these days. So Um, I'll be looking out for it. So, what is put the do you have a link for the weigh-in
No,
for the
not
people?
not yet.
Okay.
They didn't do it yet. So as soon as they do it, I'm gonna let them.
What's the
I'm gonna
debate
put it
on,
out
by the
there.
way? What's the debate?
It's about the afterlife in ancient Kemet, and is there and was there oh God, what's the word? Oppression. Now
Okay,
we
so you so nobody knows about no afterlife, but you talking about their religious philosophy?
basically what his position is. Your social status bars you from the afterlife, from being
Okay,
from eligible for the afterlife. And I'm saying no, it doesn't work that way. What it really is if your heart is not if your heart is found wanting, then that is how you end up not getting into the afterlife. There's no proof that social status has anything to do with that.
okay, so you should win. Logic don't know nothing about that culture, so you should win. So I'll keep a lookout for it. Um, let me see. Let me see if somebody bought me lunch for this.
All right, Reggie.
Uh,
Thanks again. I'm gonna go lay down and go to sleep because all my head hurt, no kind of thing right now.
all right. So yeah, mine's is too, and my pockets is hurting too because it looks like I got no cash apps for the night. So for the 3 hours or so that I've been on, I got zero, nothing, nada. So this is hard work. You do this and people don't support, and I'm put my cash back. I'm put my cash app back in. I'm not. It's not about doing it for money, but it's about about me working hard for the interests of our people, and our people don't appreciate it. So let me just see this. Control A, uh, and copy this in. So if anybody out there respected what I did, what I showed, uh, let me see. Okay, no, that was the restream link. Get that out. Put in the Cash App link. So if anybody wants to buy Brother Reggie some lunch for tomorrow, I appreciate it. Where is it at? Your support, not y'all particularly, but people support so many other things except for here it is. I'm listen, I got everything on the line. I'm putting myself on the line for bad thinking in the community, right? That's crazy, right? Right? Because I can stand up to them, right? So there you go. There's my cash app. Anybody want to cash out me before we go tonight so I can thank them? Um, okay, I got one cash app. Let's see. Who is this? It didn't. It partially popped up. So let me see who this is. It's strange. I got a $10 cash app. Anybody else? I don't know why the name is not showing up. It's just not showing up. I think it's last cash app I got is James. Is still my cash app is still trying to connect. Let's just see. It still didn't come up yet. It's not. I think I don't know. I'm not connecting to the internet. I don't know why. Uh, oh, my brother James Modest. Please, thank you so much, my brother James. Man, one day I hope to fly with you. So just tell me if you're in New York and you touch down, and you're going somewhere nice in the Caribbean or somewhere like that. Uh, Give me a holler so I can jump on and take a flight there and back. I don't want to be trapped. Anybody else? Anybody else? But whatever James gave me, I could definitely buy breakfast. So I did all of this work. Didn't do it for the money, but just hoping that people understand what I'm doing, right? Because I got my foot on them FBA cats. And tomorrow, the next day, when I have time, because now I know that it's not, people don't want to hear it. I guess your FBA is going down a wrong way street, right? That y'all don't want to support, right? Or you'll need somebody charismatic to have a debate. I don't debate, I teach. And what I'm just trying to say is that they got no leg to stand on. So you're wasting your time listening to them, right? So with that said, I'll put on my music and get out of here. But if somebody else wants to support, I would appreciate it. But thank you, James, for at least supporting your brother Reggie.